Welcome back to the channel, everybody. Today is a very special day. We get to kick off a new series on NFL Head Coach 09, my just absolute favorite old football game. You know, a lot of people will go to NFL 2K5 or whatever Madden they grew up on. And while I didn't exactly grow up on this game, upon finding this game, I played the heck out of it, and, you know, we had a series on it last year that a lot of people really did enjoy, and I put up a vote in the community tab to, if you wanted to not only see another series, but what team you wanted to see. And as of the results of the poll, and when I'm recording this, there was one team that stood above the rest, as the teams that I put on there were the Bills. I wanted to go to the AFC since I did the NFC last year. It was the Bills, it was the Dolphins, it was the Titans, and it was the Texans. All the teams had about 20 to 24% of the votes, except for one team that got a little bit more than the rest. That was the Tennessee Titans, which was really interesting because I think that this team is better spot than some of the other spots, considering the Dolphins are like the worst team in this game. The Bills are in a really rough spot. The Texans have some really high-end talent, but are really just destroyed by bad contracts. Whereas the Titans, they're coming off a 10-6 season. Their roster, though, is not that good. And also, you are a team that is led by Vince Young, who college football legend, but in the NFL had some difficult moments, didn't gel well at all with Jeff Fisher, and that's a big reason why his career didn't pan out the way you would have hoped, because Jeff Fisher just did not suit him. Maybe we'll suit him a little bit better. So I'm really gonna do my best to make it also different from last time we did a series here, because it wouldn't be fun if I just did everything the same exact way. For those of you who didn't watch the Washington series, you can go ahead and watch it. There's a playlist on the channel, but I built the team very much like air raid, pass the ball, spread them out, vertical offense, and I want to do it differently this time, of course. I want to build a different type of team here, so for our coach, energetic person that is natural in the spotlight will be a headliner. Will be a little bit of a personality here. With the skills, typically, I mean, there's like so many places you can go. That's the thing that's awesome about this game. You could just do so many different things. We could develop the players. I know like a big, like, maybe meta thing to do would just go like ambition off the bat. But what I want to do for this team is I want to be better with running the football. We're going to just go all in on running the ball here. We're going to try to put together a rushing offense, and there is a reason why. I'm pretty sure one of the reasons that this team was really popular amongst voting was due to a certain rookie running back that we will get to. So after looking through, I am actually going to go here. The playbook that I had initially thought of was I wanted to go with some Marty Schottenheimer. If you remember LaDainian Tomlinson and that rushing offense for the Chargers, I wanted to go somewhere in that realm, but his playbook's actually pretty weak. It doesn't have a lot of plays, and while I was initially turned off by that, I actually think that a smaller playbook to start will be better for us, because you can add a lot of plays, we can create a lot of plays. It gives us a little bit more space to add our own kind of spin on what we want to do here. And then on defense, I'm gonna go Spags. I mean, I don't want to run like some, old head defense here. We're trying to maybe age up with the modern football as we go into the 2010s in this series, so getting a guy who very much aged gracefully when it came to his defensive mind, and I do want to be a blitzing team here, a very aggressive team, so we're going to go with some Marty Ball, and we're going to go with Spags on defense. Here where the roster comes in, and I do think that this Titans roster is not that good. I know they had 10 wins last year. Jeff Fisher was obviously a pretty nice coach, but uh, as his career kind of progressed, he became Mr. 7 and 9, Mr. 8 and 8, and it didn't really work out too well. So, actually, first, I think the important thing to do here is because for those of you who do know this game, or you know how important the philosophy is, and there is actually a big kind of handicap I'm gonna give myself. So obviously, quarterback mobile speed's gonna be the philosophy here. Vince Young, we're gonna go with what fits him. Running back speed, but wide receiver is going to be where we have a little bit of a difference here. Last series we did speed receiver, and honestly, that's just kind of like the meta in this game because attributes do not matter for wide receivers if you set it on speed, except for speed. It makes every receiver's overall a little bit more inflated, so I'm actually going to just kind of ban myself from using speed receiver. I actually am thinking maybe we can go route running or a red zone. I think red zone threat kind of just get these bigger body possession guys. Tight end, I would like maybe a bit of a hybrid. So like maybe like an H-back. I want someone who can block and catch. I want them to be a factor in the run game. Guard, yeah, run block specialist. Center, we can go zone. And pass blocking tackle is always kind of my preference. You want to go and protect those edges. Defensive tackle, we're running, a very blitz-heavy defense. I'd like to get a good amount of 3-4 in there. So maybe a one-gap penetrator, a versatile 3-4 edge could be nice for us. Linebacker, outside linebacker. We can go blitzer. Actually, yeah, power blitzer at middle linebacker, 3-4. We're just going to be heavy on the blitz. DBs, it means if we're blitzing, we're going to have to really have some good, one-on-one guys. So man coverage makes sense. Center field free safety is always my preference there. And then safety, I think getting a box safety would be logical there. Someone who can play maybe even a little bit of nickel as well. Kicker, accuracy. Accuracy so important. Kicking in this game is brutal. So now we can see what the team, because that changes a lot of the overalls. So Vince Young doesn't get touched, of course, because we didn't change that, but he's an 86 overall, and this is going to be like the real pivot point here for this team. This is what Vince Young has done so far. Not good at all. But he didn't really have a team that fit him that well, and this team was very much insistent on playing Kerry Collins. If you were following the Titans in real life, this team really wanted to turn the reins over to Kerry Collins. I think like in 08, 09. I think the Titans did have like a 13-win year when they did that. And Vince Young got phased out. But running back, here is the big one. He's actually not here. I think I still have to sign him. I think I have to sign him. Because, yeah, you have to negotiate rookie contracts. Hold on a second. We also have our goals here. They want us to trade Kerry Collins. I'm all for that. I don't want Kerry Collins on this team. Running back, I keep, vague posting on it. It's Chris Johnson. We have CJ2K on the team as a rookie. The issue is, will he become the Chris Johnson that he did in real life? This wide receiver core is terrible. This is an awful wide receiver core. We have Lavelle Hawkins as a rookie, Mike Williams, Paul Williams, Roydell Williams, Brandon Jones, and Justin Gage. This is terrible. We're going to need to desperately make a move for a wide receiver. Tight end, we have old man Algie Crumpler. I liked Algie Crumpler in Atlanta. He was very solid for a number of years. You can see especially 04 and 05. But now at 30 years old, not quite the same player he was. I like this, though. I think that's a perfectly fine person to have here. At tackle, we have Michael Ruse, who is just a 78 overall. In this game, anything below an 80 is really bad. The offensive line is terrible, aside from the fact that we do have an old, all-pro level Kevin Mawe, who was on the New York Jets for a big bulk of his career. They don't have career stats for offensive linemen. That's okay. I don't know what they really track anyway, but Kevin Mawe, 37 years old, so you can imagine we only have him for probably a year, maybe two. Jake Scott at right guard is okay, 85 overall, but no potential to get any better. Right tackle, David Stewart's probably the best player that we have here. 91 overall potential, 85 right now, but he's on an expiring contract. So the offensive line is a disaster, I feel like. Left side is awful. Center is 37 years old. Our right guard's never going to get better, and our right tackle is expiring, and he's our best part. We have a older, more washed up Javon Curse on this team. The best player on this D line will not be Kyle Vanden Bosch, actually. Kyle Vanden Bosch is one of the best players we have on this team. 90 potential, 90 overall. He's 29 years old, so right in the prime of his career, coming off a 12-sack season. So, 2 years still on his contract. Here's the big player, though. How about big Albert Haynesworth, who, as a Washington fan, oh boy, before he was in Washington, he was an all-pro, even got some Defensive Player of the Year votes. Then he went to Washington, signed one of the worst contracts, maybe the worst contract in NFL history, and took his money, didn't try, didn't do anything. He's on an expiring deal. This is where he eventually went to Washington. I don't know if I want to pay Albert Haynesworth knowing what he became. That's going to be an issue. So he's an 82 overall, but that's mainly because he doesn't fit the scheme that I have him set in right now. But you can see 99 power move, 97 tackling, 99 block shed. Like, he's a monster. He just doesn't fit the scheme right now. And that really goes to show how important this game is when it comes to schematics. You could be the most talented player ever. If you don't fit the team, you don't fit the scheme, and your talent isn't put in the right spot to succeed, then it doesn't matter nearly as much. But he still is a great player. Linebacker. We have one really good linebacker here, and that is Keith Bullock, 31 years old as well, though. We have Jeremiah Trotter, who, you know, the team did put together some of my favorite linebackers of the 2000s. I like Jeremiah Trotter and I like Keith Bullock, but both of them 31 years old, so this is a really old team. One of the only young pieces that we have on this squad, Cortland Finnegan. A lot of people only know Cortland Finnegan as the guy who got into a fight with Andre Johnson, but he actually, for a little bit, was a really nice corner. The rest of this cornerback room is a disaster, though. Our number 2 guy is a 70 overall. That's terrible. In the safety room, another one of our nice future pieces coming over, along with Vince Young from Texas, Michael Griffin, who's got an 89 potential and in his second year at 23 years old, so could be a building block for this team as well. And then at strong safety, this dude, he's not actually an 88. You know, it's very much like if you played Madden 12, they have like the question mark overall, question mark potential. He's not actually an 88. He'll probably be like a 60, but our actual strong safety is Chris Hope. You know, fine, but we have all of our regular draft picks, aside from a bonus 6th rounder we have from the Cowboys, and that's the team. Now, hold on, I was just advancing through real quick, but we do have a trade offer for Kerry Collins. I'm so down to trade him, and it is a goal of ours to trade him, so offers not bad. The reason he's a 73 is obviously because we have mobile QB as our archetype that we're going after, so he doesn't fit that, but a 4th round pick from the Ravens is really interesting. So I guess this is kind of insurance, because this is rookie Joe Flacco. We get a 4th and a 7th. So this is insurance, I guess, for Joe Flacco. We'll go and accept this trade. A free 4th round pick for Kerry Collins. We'll take that for sure. It's about time. Chris Johnson has decided to show up for his rookie contract negotiations. So, yeah, Chris Johnson is one of the key players on this team. And, you know, this is before, of course, rookie scaling contracts. We actually have to manually negotiate legit contracts for these guys. And, you know, obviously the cap situation a whole lot different than it once was. So I know $2 to $3 million doesn't seem like a lot per year, but it is a little bit compared to, you know, what that would be today. But we have Chris Johnson on this team, and I cannot guarantee that he will be the Chris Johnson that he became in real life. I really can't. But he's got 99 speed and 99 acceleration, 93 agility, and when it comes to his potential, his awareness does not get all that high. His carrying does not cap out that high. He can catch the ball, but here's the issue. He caps out at 59 vision. He caps out at just 88 juke and spin. He's nice, but I can't guarantee you that we will get CJ 2K, we will get CJ 1K, we will get CJ anything. I'm going to give him the opportunity, of course, but we have to really hope that he becomes what he became in real life, which was a very low percentile outcome. For now, though, we have him and a polar opposite, which is Lendale White, who is coming off a 1,000-yard season and is very much the smash to the dash that is Chris Johnson. So 95 trucking is great, his awareness will be good, his carrying is good. This is a guy who is going to get some work as well. I don't think it'll be a 50-50 split, but I think like maybe a 70-30 split right now in Chris Johnson's favor to try to see what he could become, and then, you know, we'll kind of go from there. But I'm not going to guarantee that Vince Young and Chris Johnson will be the backfield of the future, but we will try. Johnson now has the longest contract on the team at a 5-year deal, and you can see the cap hits. Albert Haynesworth, $7 million. That's a lot in this game. $7 million is a lot. Vince Young, just so you know what the cap situation looks like for us. Right now, we are at $28 million free, but you can see the NFL's total cap here, $116 million. So not like the $300 million that we got in real life these days. So scale everything accordingly. We got some money to play with right now. So there is actually a move that I want to make here late in the preseason. I was looking at wide receivers. I did make a signing for a depth receiver piece, but other than that, the trade block didn't really have much that I liked. But how about a guy who literally ended up playing in Tennessee? Nate Washington is on the Pittsburgh Steelers, wound up playing on the Titans, and the price for him is very cheap. So I think a sixth maybe can get this done. They want 2 6. I'll go a sixth and a seventh, and we have Nate Washington on the team. You take a look at the receiving room now. So Nate Washington's going to get a decent amount of run here. I also brought in Jason Avant, who was just sitting in free agency. I know this still isn't ideal, but I mean, at least it gives us something aside from just a bunch of dudes named Williams. I really don't like this receiving core, but I'm trying to add to it in whatever ways I can. Maybe somebody in the last week of preseason gets cut. Look, I know I'm digging in the bottom of the barrel here, but the cornerback market is really, really steep. And trust me when I tell you, Shante Spencer may be nothing special, but he is an upgrade. And that's the sad part. But the corner market, any even low end, just anything, was just too expensive. They wanted a fourth or better. I also think it's probably important to introduce you guys to the coaching staff. You know, a very important part of this game is the guys that you have around you, and our defensive coordinator. Pretty dang good. How about a much, much younger Jim Schwartz? So we'll take that. Obviously, he's still a great defensive coordinator even today, and I think that if all goes well here, Jim Schwartz could be the guy in the long term as well. Now, the offensive coordinator, not so much. I don't think I want our special teams coordinator also good. Alan Lowry, 95 overall, but Ernest Biner is our running back coach. Mike Munchak is our offensive line coach. The rest of this staff probably is going to get wiped, other than maybe like McGinnis, who's a good linebacker coach. So we are in the lab here creating some plays, and what I really wanted to do was get Vince Young's legs going, and I came up with a couple of things here, and getting a little design sweep for a player like Vince Young. Expect you know, some of the usage in the running game to maybe be very Josh Allen like. Goal line stuff, direct snaps, sweeps. I want to see what Vince Young can do with that, because there's not a lot of options, of course, in this game. You know, at this point in time, something like this was still seen as very gimmicky, and I mean, we didn't even have like RPOs and read options all that much. Even that was considered by some old head coaches to be like a trick play. So we're gonna try out some stuff here and see how it translates to the in-game stuff. This play's working pretty decently in practice, but we'll see how it continues to translate. You know, I was just looking through. I hadn't really intended on making another trade, but this wide receiver room is so bad, and we're not going to be able to get a superstar, but I mean, this isn't bad. Nate Burleson. I mean, hey, he's a cool dude, and he is the highest rated receiver on the trade block right now for us. He's a 76, which is still not ideal. The reason the Seahawks want to get off of him because he has a pretty big contract. I can make this work. It's really not an expensive price. Bo Scaife and a 6th. We'll do it. Bo Scaife and a 6th for Nate Burleson. Bo Scaife isn't like irreplaceable. We got a rookie Gary Barnidge here. That's pretty cool. Okay, how about this though? I know he's a 63. I know he's a 63, but hey, another guy who ended up playing on the Tennessee Titans. Dan Campbell is here. Okay. All right, now hold on. Now hold on. Dan Campbell, we could bring him in at tight end. What does he block well at least? I do need a blocking tight end. He does kind of block. Now hold on a dang second. Dan Campbell is going to be on the team. I'll also bring in Delanie Walker though. Delanie Walker, we'll have to cut somebody, but that's fine. And then we have our preseason promise.
Let's talk about where I see this franchise next season.
They are expecting us to finish above 500. I don't think that's... I don't think we are. That's basically saying we are a playoff team. I mean, we'll win at least 3 games. I'd like to think we'll win at least 3 games. I'm just gonna promise below 500. I don't think we're a 9-win team, though. I just don't think we are. We're looking at the progress report for what our young players are. The draft class wasn't good for Tennessee, but Chris Johnson does have a 91 potential. He is also a 79 overall. Javon Curse got injured. He'll be out for a week, but yeah, you could see what this team's draft class did look like. I mean, their second-round pick, Jason Jones, Craig Stevens, William Hayes, Lavelle Hawkins. We cut Keith Wellington, who was the 7th rounder, so not a very good class. It's completely dependent on Chris Johnson as our only, like, prize piece.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and this is your draft update. Well, kickoff is around the corner, and I've got a feeling we've got a special season in front of us. 4 dominant defensive linemen head into their senior years ready to rewrite the record books. If they perform as well as expected, this might be the first draft where 4 of the first 5 picks are defensive linemen, and that tells you how much an emphasis the league is putting on such premium players. Notre Dame's Karan Lawrence is expected to lead his team to a national title this year, and to do that, he'll need help on the other side of the ball from speedster Devontae Jordan. Jordan was clocked at a 4.18 this spring as he's ready for a breakout season. That's all for now. I'll be back next month with another update.
It's an interesting set of players we will have. So our approval going into this season is 59. I did end up getting Jeremiah Trotter up. So the only failed goal we had was Algie Crumpler. So that's actually pretty solid, only failing 1 goal. And our season goals for this year, they want us to beat the Jaguars in week 1. You'll see this a lot. Win 3 of your first 4. I don't think that's going to happen. They want us to beat the Colts in Week 8, and the Colts in this game are disgustingly good. The Colts in this game are just brutal, so I'm not really betting on that. They want us to re-sign our punter, re-sign David Stewart, re-sign Rob Baronis. All right, I can handle that. They want us to get a new GM. That's probably going to happen. Get a college coach. We'll see. And then get approval of 75 or more by the end of the season, which I'm also a little skeptical of doing. Which means beating the Jaguars in Week 1 is a really important goal for us, I feel like. Because I don't think we're doing this. I don't think we're beating the Colts. I think we'll re-sign everybody. I mean, a punter and kicker or two of the players. And then, yeah, we'll do those. So, the Jaguars game, it's the first game of the season, but I do think it's a pretty important one for us. We've made it to the fourth quarter, and it's not been pretty so far, but we are in the game. It is 10-7, and the Jaguars are on top, but Vince Young and this Titans offense has the ball, and they're driving. It is pouring rain here in Chris Johnson's debut, where he has the only touchdown so far, as we go counter run, and the Jags blow it up. We're gonna get Vince Young trying to attack the middle of the field. We're really gonna be looking for Algie Crumpler here. Maybe we can get a deep shot down the slot receiver, as Young dropping 3rd down and 12. He's got a short route, and was that the right route ran? I mean, we haven't learned learning the plays is really important, but I don't think he ran the right route on the play. It was not supposed to just be a little hitch. It was supposed to be a post, but 4th down and 5. They're saying they should go for it. From the 43, I actually think that going for it isn't that bad of an idea. I want to just put the ball in Vince Young's hands and let him go to work. All right, 4th down and 5. We're in Jacksonville territory, so I think it is worthwhile to go for it. We're going to put the ball in Vince Young's hands, and it's a designed rollout. Young, will he throw? Will he run? He'll try to get to the marker. He's got the 1st down. So now we go 1st down and 10. We're in field goal range. We have a pretty nice kicker, and Chris Johnson is run blocking's no good right now. Johnson next to Young in the shotgun. We'll go with a little motion here. I felt like that was a little unnecessary. That wasn't part of the play, as Young will go to the air. Nice blocking. Got a wide open receiver. Come on. He's down at the 4. Wide open man. And a 1st down. I got to learn the numbers here. Was that Washington with it? And I don't know. Vince Young, what a play. Well, obviously, let's stay calm. That was Nate Washington for 32 yards. He's got 1 touchdown already. Let's get Johnson his 2nd one of the day and see if we can use that 99 speed to the edge. Johnson didn't even get a chance. If there was ever a time for that play that I showed you that I created, one of them, I think now is the time. I wanted, like I said, use Vince Young, a little Josh Allen-like at the goal line, as we'll go with the option here, and he's not going to pitch it out. Instead, we got 3rd down and goal. I really don't want to settle for the field goal here. We had that big 4th down conversion, a 32-yarder to Nate Washington. We're going to have Lendale White in the game this time. Young to the air, pressure in his face. He's lobbing that one out, and that was incomplete. A defender and 2 receivers were there. Gonna have to settle for a field goal. I know what this is. All right. So here's the dilemma. For the sake of our job, we are not in a position to where we could just do our own thing and take the penalty. We kind of have to bend to the media and the coaches and the players and all that stuff. Well, the players wouldn't really like it, but everybody else wants us to go for it. And the approval rating in the first, 2 years is incredibly important. So, at the risk of losing the game, we have to take the risk. I would have been really inclined to want to go for it if it was from, the 4 or 5 yard line. This is from the 9. I don't love it, but we're playing, you know, they are expecting a lot of us, so let's go for it here. Vince Young under center, 4th down, and Young sorted the line. And the approval, it went up to 68. It's going to go back down now. But in total, it's a net positive. We went from 59 to 61, and that is why we do this. You're forced to make these tough decisions where, you know, we could have maybe went for it there, as that is a great tackle for loss in the backfield. They should have shooting the gap. And we can try to get a 3 and out here to get good field position. Garrard drops back into his own end zone. The safety almost came in, but they get the pass off for 4 yards. Already another one. Yeah, I mean, this is an easy decision. I wanted to blitz anyway. I'm letting Jim Schwartz call the plays for the most part because it's Jim Schwartz. I think it's fine to trust him to call the plays, but, you know, they want me to step in. Obviously, we're going to blitz here from the 10. 3rd down and 9. Put the pressure on Garrard. Are they going to run it? Yes, they will. And slip it through the hole. He's got the first. Does he have it? No, 4th and inches. That was really close. That was really close. But the approval rating, as you can see, up to an 80 now. Lendale White sub in. Take this one right up the middle. And White spins off a tackler. Lendale White. And there we go for 9-yard gain. And right on that fringe of field goal range. Kicking in this game, it's a bit of a nightmare. But we'll see what we can do if we have to be put in that situation. As long as we don't lose yards here. Young to the air. Throws it to the flats. We got Hall, a fullback. And a nice 1st down. Gain of 9. Chris Johnson out on the edge. See if we can actually get around the... We just cannot block. We'll go in motion. Crumpler. The route looks really weird if you do that, because since it's just a flat route. Young, he just immediately wants to take off, and we get 2. I mean, you got your 1 read and run quarterbacks. I don't even think he made the 1 read. He just ran. 3rd down and 12. I'm fine playing it safe here. I would not hate a field goal in this situation if they let me kick it. We're going to get a designed roll for Young. This one, he's got some room. He's going to throw. I think that was Lendale White. Who couldn't hang on. Johnson not on the field, taking a breather. We'll settle for 3 for the tie. 49 yards. Looks, you know, really close to about 50. Kick from Baronis is off the upright. The first field goal I do in this game for this series is off the upright. There is no kicking in any game that is more just ridiculous than this one. As they're going to have to go get a stop again. And I mean, the linebackers are doing their thing. Keith Bullock and Jeremiah Trotter, they're shooting the gaps. They're doing great stuff. Keith Bullock, again, has that one. So, yeah, MJD is hurt, pending report, and Fred Taylor. So, yeah, both their running backs are hurt. That's going to be favorable to us. But here we go. This is our chance to get off the field and give our offense one more try at it. Goal line package, as obviously they're going to try to pound this one in. But with the 3rd string running back in, I do have some confidence here. And there's another tackle at the line of scrimmage, and we'll burn a timeout. I would have to imagine they're going to run it and not throw in the rain with the game on the line here, as Garrard will hand to Gato again in the backfield. The rushing defense doing its job, and we get the stop. Another 3 and out. So the Jaguars offense has done absolutely nothing in this 4th quarter. It's been all Titans with the ball, but we just haven't been able to do anything. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe 35 to 40 yards for field goal range here. As Young, can you get a game-tying or game-winning drive to start off the season? No, it's dropped. It's dropped. Was that Justin Gage on the drop? Why, I said I'm tired of this dude, Justin Gage, already. I didn't want to have him be my #1 receiver, but here we are. Justin Gage just stone-handing this one. How about 2nd down? Young is stepping up. He's sacked. 3rd and 15. I'm not going to hurry up. We'll just take our time here. I have a couple of plays where Young has designed rollouts. I like to make that a fixture of this offense to get Young's legs moving. So here we go again. Let's see if he can create anything. And the right tackle just did not block. Oh my goodness, it's 4th and 15. This playbook really doesn't have a lot of vertical pass plays, so we're calling one of the few that we do have. 4th and 15, game on the line here. Young with time, and Algie Crumpler is well shy of the line. That's gonna do it. 10-7 your final. Young goes 8 of 20 on the game. Really bad performance, but I mean, the rushing attack, 17 carries, 27 yards, and a touchdown. I mean, the real issue here is about 4 drops on the game. So each week we will have the ability to scout, and how you scout is pretty simple. Big, small, and medium schools, position by position. I think, me personally, Madden has never done a good job with scouting players in the draft process. I always think it's very underwhelming. This game, I think, does the draft and the scouting and all that stuff better than any game, any Madden, any football game, really. Like, it's more enjoyable. The in-season scouting's nothing special, but the whole off-season process and draft process is done awesomely in this game. So we're gonna go wide receiver. I think is a pretty obvious one. Guys, we have caught like another big break. We're up in the 4th quarter in this game, 10-0. And if you want to know why, well, the quarterback right now is Ryan Fitzpatrick. During the game, Carson Palmer got hurt. So we now are dealing with Ryan Fitzpatrick, who, you know, cool. Everyone loves Ryan Fitzpatrick, but not having to deal with Carson Palmer is pretty big for us. So we had the injuries last game with Maurice Jones-Drew and Fred Taylor. But for the Bengals, yeah, Carson Palmer, he is hurt. So we'll obviously take that. That's why the Bengals haven't scored yet. But to start this 4th quarter, they are driving at the 32-yard line, putting up one of their best drives so far as Fitzpatrick is sacked. I think that was Kyle Vanden Bosch getting in there. And Dan Campbell, he's out for the game. No, Dan Campbell sustained maybe a potentially serious injury. He'll have x-rays, so we'll see afterwards. But we'll focus on what we have here. 3rd and 16 for Fitzpatrick, who will throw. And he's got a nickel blitz coming off the edge. Fitzpatrick with a lot of time throwing it. Dan Houshmandzadeh, incomplete. And from the 36, it's a long field goal, and they will go for it in the rain again from about 53, 54 yards to cut it to a 7-point game. Kick is off the upright and good. It bounced in. We were gifted this golden opportunity to win this game despite having bad offense, as Vince Young hands Lendale White will lose a yard on the play. A lot of our runs are more designed to the left side, which is unfortunate since the left side is our weaker spot. So we'll try to see if we can get some more right side calls as Young throwing, quick drop, and he will run. Young is going to get about 7 on the play. They'll give him 6. Big conversion opportunity here. 3rd down and 5 as Young in the I formation. Another motion. I don't like that. Why are you doing that? Okay, well, we know it's zone coverage. I guess that's the identifier here. And Young is sacked. Actually, the motion, it did get wide open. It just didn't have the time. And Jim Schwartz, I'm asking you to do a lot of heavy lifting here, but you've done good so far, despite having to face, you know, a great wide receiver tandem with this secondary, as that handoff will get them about 6 yards on the play. They've been kind of splitting carries between Kenny Irons and Rudy Johnson, so I think Rudy's back in. But 2nd and 4, as Fitzpatrick trying to quiet down the jungle here, and he will have tight end in motion. Still worried that at any point Ocho Cinco can torch this defense. I don't think anyone on this team can keep up with him, but our D-line is coming up big. That was the rookie William Hayes with the sack. 3rd down and 12. They'll go split backfield, so it's just a big-time defensive battle here as Fitzpatrick over the middle. Got a man! And with the room to run. 1st down to gain of 20. 2nd and 6 midfield, and Fitzpatrick hands. They're going heavy on the ground game. And another 1-yard play. 3rd and 5. probably going to go to the air here, but maybe they could run. No, they will throw. We send the blitz off his back foot. Fitzpatrick, it's caught. But that was Hushman Zada who got enough separation. And now they're in kind of scoring territory here. Play action. Fitzpatrick first down. And thrown over the middle. That's open. And Ocho Cinco is going to have a nice play as he beats Cortland Finnegan. I mean, this is the issue here. Cortland Finnegan is our top corner, but I think he, at this point in his career, is still no match for Ocho Cinco as Van den Bosch can't bring him down. Eventually, we do get a couple of guys to get Johnson for 2. 4 minutes to play. Another tight package. They will go motion. Heavy up on the right side. Gets a block, but he is shooting the gap there. The motion man did hit a block. It was like a trap play. 3rd down and 8. Red zone. Fitzpatrick, free rusher up the edge. Couldn't get him. And he gets the pass out under pressure. So that's just a good job from Fitzpatrick. We had Van den Bosch come in unblocked. And if you get Kyle Van den Bosch unblocked, that's really dangerous for a quarterback. So to be able to beat that off his back foot, get that under pressure, yeah, that's just a good job from Fitzpatrick. Now they're at the 12-yard line. They're really eating up time here. Handoff again. And once again, I mean, the defense just standing tall because we're not really still, even though they've moved the ball here, I mean, the strategy is simple. They're without Carson Palmer. Key in on the run game. Make Fitzpatrick beat us. That makes sense. Right now, Fitzpatrick, though, is beating us. The ground game finally gets an opening, and Johnson has 5 on the play. They're at the 7-yard line. Another 3rd down. Does Brian Fitzpatrick have another conversion in him? Can he find the end zone here? Dropping the throw. Quick drop. Outside. Got him, man! It's incomplete. He didn't get the second foot in bounds. That is brutal for Cincinnati. And they're going to go for it on 4th down. That makes sense. I do not want to have to give Fitzpatrick another chance to go on a game-tying, game-winning drive. This is maybe their best opportunity. End zone! Picked off! And there's a flag. There's a flag down. And it's on us. Pass interference. Who was it? Who was it on? Michael Griffin, you're not the one who should be getting that. I expect it from one of those stinker corners, not you. We'll probably just go ground game here. We're loading up the box. We have almost everybody in there. And Van den Bosch forces the fumble! We pick it up! Kyle Van den Bosch comes up with the heroic play. And we take it back. So we'll go with the counter run here. Also just try to get forward yardage. And Vince Young goes down. My goodness. Penalty on us? How did we get a hold? Justin, how did you get a holding? That actually kind of helps us. But how did you hold that quickly? All right, 1st and 13 from our own 3. Lendale White is going to get a 2-yard gain. We can run this down to the 2-minute warning, so we'll do that. All right, we can just try to burn out these timeouts. 2-minute warning hits, and now 2nd and 11 from the 5. Lendale White still in. They go stretch. White can't get there. Just can't get to the outside, and that's a situation where maybe Chris Johnson could have, but we're really prioritizing just ball security here. I mean, make Fitzpatrick drive down the field. Just hold on to the ball here. 3rd down and 11. Johnson in motion, clearing out the backfield. Young on the keeper. Young, can he get to the marker? If he broke that one tackle, he had the block set up for not only a 1st down, but I think what would have been a pretty big run. But we make Cincinnati burn 2 timeouts. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. We cannot do this. Are you dead? In no world would anybody go for this. All right, sometimes I have to step in and make an executive decision. No, we can't do that. All right, we'll punt this ball. We'll take the approval hit, but we're going to hope that we win the game in the end and get the approval back. So, my goodness, I cannot believe they wanted us to go for it in this return. This is a good return. Oh, my goodness, the 32-yard line. I said I wanted to make him drive the length of the field, or at least drive half the length of the field. He's only got to go 32 yards for the tie. Can the defense come up with another stop, though? They got plenty of time. 1:42 to play, and Fitzpatrick will throw. Defense gets the sack, and I think that might have been William Hayes again. They'll hurry it back to the line, and 2nd and 18. Fitzpatrick to throw again. Running back picks up the block, jumped in front of that one, and that could have been the game. That was a chance at an interception. But now it's 3rd down and 18, and we're in a good spot here. Just get off the field, and we're going to win this one. As Fitzpatrick under center, he'll throw, and with time, up to Hushmanzada, and that's Michael Griffin with the hit to jar the ball loose. All right, guys, 4th down, 39-yard line. Fitzpatrick's got a long way to go. Watch out for Ocho Cinco, of course. He'll throw. Oh, and Ocho Cinco, he's not going to go there. He throws it down the middle. It's picked up. He fumbled the pick. Okay, we held on to it, though. Are you kidding me, though? Trotter with the pick. We almost just fumbled that one away. We take home the win. And Young, a lot better. 14 of 22 for 145. A pick, though. On the ground, Johnson, 1.5 yards a carry. Young was the best rusher in the receiving game. Gage and Burleson, 5 catches each. It was the defense, though. William Hayes, 2 sacks. Vanden Bosch, a sack. Thornton and Booker with a sack each. And 2 picks from Jeremiah Trotter. So we got injuries as well. Javon Curtis has a tricep strain, out for a bit. Dan Campbell, separated shoulder, out 2 months. As of right now, guys, I don't think we're hopping into this one. Start of the 4th quarter against the Texans in week number 3. We're down 31-3. You know, there's 16 games on the schedule. We're not going to watch all of them, especially when we're getting our butts kicked like this. So, I'll just show you how the team has been doing in Super Sim here. We're moving the ball. This is actually our best drive of the game so far. Lendale White running for 4, running for 1. Young for 8. White for 4. And a touchdown, Lendale White. So our first touchdown of the game, but by that point, we actually got the onside kick as well. I mean, we're still down by 21 with 2 minutes to go. So we're not going to win, but we're at least putting up some nice garbage time stuff. There's that at least. But yeah, we're not going to even come close in this one. It was on both sides. Like, the defense allowed 31, but they were not put in the best positions to succeed, really. Young, no picks. He went 17 of 27, 167. I mean, like, he's not turning the ball over. He's not making a lot of mistakes. It's just, it feels like he just has no help out there. Yeah, Chris Johnson, 17 carries, 20 yards. It's not going well for CJ2K. He's not even CJ 2 yards a carry. He's just so much worse. Burleson led the team in yards, no sacks. We had Harper with a pick. So next game's not looking too good for us either. And to be honest, I feel so bad for Vince Young because of what I've seen. If this is correct. So Vince Young has 3 picks. He's thrown 6 of 29. And I know that looks bad. But, yeah. Oh my goodness, man. What is that? 1 catch, 71 yards and a touchdown. 5 drops. 5 drops, 3 drops, 1 drop, 1 drop. Are you kidding me? What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? This is so sad to watch. Poor Vince Young. What is that? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 drops. 10 drops on 29 pass attempts. That is disgusting. We go handoff. Now it's Chris Johnson. Maybe we can get him going. I don't even know what you're supposed to do in this situation when your team is dropping the ball every single play. I'm not holding any serious hope on a comeback, but I mean, Vince Young, can you go and be heroic? I really felt like you had an open man down the middle. That's a miss there, but we'll take the first down. I just don't know how much of the blame I want to put on Young, though. He has been missing people on this drive, but just in general, like, it's hard for me to blame him too hard. He did make a good throw there. That's Justin Gage down to the 2. I don't know if we even have a passing touchdown this year, but I'm not going to try to force it too much here from the 2. Young will just keep it, and Vince Young runs it into the end zone for a touchdown. So that was a pretty solid drive there. If a couple of those balls probably weren't dropped, we might have been able to score at some other point in this game to have a bit more points. His 2-point conversion is a sack. And now it's a 2-touchdown game. I tried to make it, 2 touchdowns, 2 2-point conversions, and a field goal rather than 3 touchdowns. But yeah, we got to kick the onside kick. Honestly, I'm happy that they're giving me this just for the approval rating bump. That actually helps out a lot. So we'll hop in here. Onside kick, and I mean, if we recover and score quickly, there's a chance, but it looks like we're probably going to be falling to 1 and 3. Onside kick is picked up, and breaking off a tackle, he returns the onside kick to the 26-yard line. Not been set up in the best scenarios. I do feel bad because his defense, I do feel like, has been legitimately pretty good so far in the first 4 games, even if the points per game don't reflect that. As Taylor is going to get a first down. I don't know. Kind of putting our hopes here on a miracle. As Taylor, no first down, 4th and 1. So it looks like a short field goal try. 2-minute warning hit, field goal try to make it 29-13. Kick is easy through the uprights, and we'll be left with under 2 minutes, all of our timeouts, but having to score 2 touchdowns, playing pretty decently given the circumstances. He's just not getting a lot of help here. We got some open guys. There's a receiver. Both of them tried to go for it. At least somebody caught it, though. So we'll take that at least. I'm just going to keep running these kind of, like, the playbook in terms of passing is very small. I'm just going to keep letting Young move, run, get rid of the ball, open man, got a completion, and again, that's another first down and a big gain here, so hurry it back to the line. Crazier things have happened, I suppose. Young in the shotgun, hurrying it back up, 3 wide, Johnson next to him. What do we got here? I'm just letting him call it on the fly. As Young, he'll scramble, he's got room, and Young, all right, we'll take that. That's another 8 yards. A minute to play. I do not want to spike the ball or anything. I just want to take shots at the end zone, honestly. So Young, 60 seconds. He'll throw here as time open, and he completely had it in his hands, and he couldn't hang on. It's not an easy one to make. Pass interference, though. We got pass interference. All right, we'll take that to the 12-yard line. If we could score here, Young, run, and I really felt like he should have just ran straight ahead. Hurry it back up, hurry it back up. I'm holding on to the timeouts. I'm just going to hold the timeouts just because I don't think we're going to get an onside kick. If we do, I'll just use the timeouts there. Hold on to the timeouts. Bet on this team to score right here. Young to the air, open, was in the flats, but we throw it to the covered man in the end zone. It's a touchdown. We had Algie Crumpler wide open in the flats. He just said, no, I don't care. And that one, was that, I think that was Burleson. Yeah, Burleson for the touchdown. We need a 2-point conversion now. We scored the touchdown on this play earlier from 2 yards out. Let's just give it to Young again. I mean, let's just, Vince Young hero ball, guys. Young keeps it. Young, 2-point conversion's good. 29-21. And we have an onside kick with 39 seconds to play. And this is what I mean. Vince Young, he's just putting the team on his back right now. He's trying. Onside kick again. What do we got here? Come on. Let's pull off a miracle comeback. We have the timeout, so if we don't get it, we can get the 3 and out to try and maybe get like 20 seconds to go. Onside, though, is Shenko drops it, and an offensive lineman just dove out of nowhere. He got it. He's back up, and he's down. What in the world was that? 3 and out here. Not only do we need a 3 and out, I think we need to make sure they don't even really get all that close because of the fact that they could kick a field goal. They got it immediately. There's the game. Vince Young. I mean, he ended up throwing 2 touchdowns, 250, 14 of 38, but we had, I think by the end of the game, 11 drops. Chris Johnson ran for 0 yards on 9 carries, man. And Young had 18 yards and a touchdown. Burleson, I mean, 5 drops. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's just brutal. It's such a weird evaluation because I don't think Young is getting a fair shot. And Kevin Mawe is out 2 to 3 weeks as well with a dislocated knee. So there's our highest rated offensive lineman on the shelf for a couple of weeks as well, as if it couldn't get much worse for us. Somehow during practice as well, Chris Henry, our 3rd string running back, cracked a leg bone. He's going to be out for 4 to 5 weeks as well, so we're down to 2 running backs. Well, this game is actually going a lot better for us. Defense is putting in absolute work on this Baltimore Ravens team who's starting Kerry Collins. So we traded Kerry Collins to this team for a 4th round pick, and headed into the 4th quarter, he is putting up a absolute disastrous game right now. So I think he has 4 interceptions, 5 interceptions maybe? He has 5 picks. Yeah, they just chose to start Kerry Collins over a rookie Joe Flacco. That's their decision, not my decision that I would make. As Young, on 3rd down, there's a nice pass, and Young's had a pretty solid day so far. I know you've seen the stats there that he only had an interception without a touchdown, but he has 2 rushing touchdowns on the game, so he's actually playing pretty good right now. 1st down, Lendale White checks in the game. White shoots the gap, and they bring him down. To that, they have Kerry Collins as the throw. Up the seam, caught! Chris Johnson out of the backfield, I believe. Give Vince Young the ball, see what he can do. And he's not going to pitch, he's just going to keep. And Young, at least he can run the ball pretty decently. He's the entire team offensively is Young, 3rd down and 4. Justin Gage, and down at the 1. Let's make it a hat trick, guys. Vince Young already has 2 rushing touchdowns. Let's give him number 3. Young sneaks, and he doesn't get in. I do just feel like our best chance of punching it in is just giving the ball to Young. So we're going to motion out Johnson here. And Young, alone in the backfield, he's going to just take it himself. Come on. He's taking his time to snap it, and he's got it on the edge. Young, touchdown. There is 3 rushing touchdowns for Vince Young on the day. 2nd down and 9. 4.5 minutes to go. Collins, throw it up the sidelines. That one should have been picked off again. That was almost a hat trick for Cortland Finnegan, I believe. So nice to see Cortland Finnegan playing well. And Shante Spencer already showing that maybe he was worth the 6th round pick I gave up for him, getting 2 interceptions. Maybe making me not look so bad as they throw outside, and that one's caught. And right on cue, that was on Shante Spencer. I mean, I still don't think any confidence has been inspired for this team to make a run or something, but I think we still would probably be sellers at the deadline. I don't know, what is the move here? Because you could be buyers and say, hey, the defense is playing pretty well, you buy on some offensive lineman maybe, and another receiver, try to maybe spend big on a receiver, and you can maybe go and make a run. I think that's a very short-sighted thing to do, but it is something we could do. Even if we end up winning a couple of extra games more than we should this year, I don't think trying to force this iteration of the team to happen is a good idea, as the Ravens find the end zone with a touchdown. Onside kick for the Ravens, needing it down 2 scores with 3 minutes to play. And look at us. I was worried with our drop issues that we weren't going to be able to get it, but Algie Crumpler is the one guy on this team with some nice hands. I do think we have a shot here at something. Blocking, Johnson, all right, shoots through the middle. That's a nice run. Finally, something to be excited about on the ground. The third down, we're going to play it safe. I just want to see, will Vince Young ever pitch it on the speed option, or is he just going to keep it every time? Young on the option. No, he just always keeps it, which is weird. I would like him to pitch it one time. So this field goal, if we hit it, we'll get to the end here. Barones through, and that's going to be game. So good job from the boys here to get a victory. Absolutely like a big win for us, because I don't know how many chances we're going to get at wins. So taking out Kerry Collins, our former quarterback, definitely feels nice. And Vince Young ends up with a pretty solid performance here. 214 yards, 13 of 16 passing. So really nice, efficient day. And on top of that, he added 44 rushing yards with 3 rushing touchdowns. So in total, 250 yards and 3 touchdowns for Young. And receiving, only one drop. Only one drop. It was actually by Algie Crumpler. You know what? I said he had the best hands on the team, but he's allowed to drop one every once in a while, I guess. Vanden Bosch and Jones with the sacks, and we've seen the interceptions earlier. Finnegan and Spencer had 2 each.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and here's your draft update for the month of September. It seems like the entire nation is talking about Oklahoma State's Ozzie Jones. The junior running back reminds fans so much of Hall of Famer Barry Sanders, it's scary. His 178.4 rushing yard average has helped get the Cowboys off to a surprising 4-0 start and a number 11 ranking. I'm anxious to see where he's drafted in April. Another team off to a great start is Penn State. Nittany Lion running back A.J. Bishop has looked good so far, finishing September as the nation's leading rusher. The only knock on this kid is ball security. His fumble last week almost cost them the game. One last surprise before I go. The UCF Golden Knights have started out 3-1, thanks in part to the player projected top 5 pick Jamarcus Boone. Remember that name. Some scouts think he could be a Hall of Famer someday.
So we got ourselves a little generational running back. Ozzie Jones is unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, he's going to be awesome. I think we'll have to see what running back looks like. I still need to determine how much of it is on the offensive line and how much is Chris Johnson just not it. I've been looking at wide receiver, of course, so that's been the main area of emphasis as we looked at big school wide receivers, and now we're also looking at cornerback, which is also our next biggest need, so we'll keep tabs on that. Now, here's kind of the interesting situation we are in. We're 2-3. We have our bye week this week, which I don't love. I would have liked a bye week after the trade deadline, so our next game is going to be the final game before I make any moves. If we are 2-4, I think we're more likely to be a bit more sellers at the deadline. If we're 3-3, though, if we win this game against the Chiefs and we're 500, I don't think I'll be fire sailing the team. Because 3-3, maybe there's some hope there. Because in a somehow, some way type of situation, we are winning. Vince Young's thrown 2 touchdowns on the season, but he's also our leading rusher, and he's ran for 4. Chris Johnson, this just isn't gonna cut it, man. But we do have an opportunity here to earn some favor on our staff. One of the goals was to re-sign our punter, and that's no problem. I am perfectly happy to re-sign our punter if it means getting a little bit more approval, so we will be on that. I would prefer not to give him an incentive. I mean, he's obviously going to start 16 games, barring injury, but he's a punter, so there's not going to be many opportunities for him to get hurt. We'll throw him maybe a performance bonus here, or incentive I would like to give him. And there we go. We get our punter re-signed, and approval goes up to 74. So here's another one that is really important for us. Albert Haynesworth wants a contract extension, and I'm already anticipating this is going to be a pretty crazy contract that he wants. Oh boy. Yeah, this is the thing. dude, this is an insane contract. I know it doesn't maybe look like a lot in today's scope, but my goodness, $100 million in this game, like that never happened. I never see players ask for $100 million in this game. That is absurd. Like, do the math real quick. 7 years, 99 million is 14 mil a year. Just for reference real quick. That's 14 mil a year. So, let's go look at the NFL. Who's the highest paid player in the league? 15. He wants to be the second highest paid player in the league, basically. I don't know why Dwayne Robertson got that money. He wants to be the highest paid player in the league not named Peyton Manning. There's no way I could give him that. There's no way. And you might be asking, like, why is it 82 overall? Asking for that. He's a lot better than 82. He literally, look at the second highest paid defensive tackle. 7.5 million. He wants almost double that. I don't know how this dude got this contract, but he wants to literally reset the market. And you might be saying, well, that's unrealistic. Well, no, he got that contract in real life. Just for reference, I looked it up. In 2009, Albert Hainsworth signed a 7-year, $100 million contract with Washington. So he is literally asking for the same contract that he got paid in real life by Washington. That was regarded as maybe the worst contract in NFL history. He is a lot better than an 82 overall, though. So I'll show you this. I don't know what is... maybe if I throw run stopper, will his overall go up to what it actually probably would translate to? 95 overall, yeah. Like, if you change the archetype, like, he is one of the best players in the league. Like, at D-tackle, he is the best rated D-tackle in the game, if you have the scheme right for him. So, like, him asking for that type of money, it's not that crazy because he is elite. I have the money. Like, that's also the thing. I have the money. I just don't want to make him the highest paid player in the league, basically. We were on a bye week. What the heck happened? What in the world is this? We literally were on a bye week. What did Chris Wenke do in his off time? Torn ACL, MCL, and PCL? Chris, what are you doing, man? What? We literally didn't have a game, and this dude literally blew every ligament in his knee out, and he's like 37 years old. Oh my goodness. I shouldn't be laughing, but this is ridiculous, man. 1% he's done. He's over. It's done. 1% leg health. It's over for him. I'd say this is kind of a season-defining game. At 2-3, the trade deadline is 2 days after this game, and depending on if we win or lose is going to determine how many moves I'm gonna want to make. This Chiefs team has pretty stinky QB situation. Damon Huard is their quarterback right now, but Larry Johnson's been doing their thing. We got 2 injuries to tend to. Larry Johnson is going to go down for a short gain. So the injuries, Barry Booker, leg cramp, 1 play, so he's all right. And then, anything serious? Kevin Mawe. Oh, he's not injured. Okay. 2nd down and 7, split backfield. So this is a team that not only has Larry Johnson, but they got a rookie, Jamal Charles, as they'll throw on the flats, and that's caught. But just a 3-yard gain. You know, as much as I am down to fire sale some of this team, I wouldn't mind also being 500 right about now. And I mean, I guess a playoff push wouldn't be out of the realms of possibility. As Huard outside, got some separation along the sidelines. Caught, I think that's Dwayne Bowe for the 1st down. So now in field goal range, 26 yards out. Larry Johnson on the stretch, no play action. Huard with a lot of time. Outside wide open, and he couldn't stay in bounds for a bigger gain. He had 8 yards and probably could have, you know, ran free for a bit more, at least the 1st down if he was able to stay in. So Huard got his boys in the red zone now as they bring out the fullback to line up right behind him as they go handoff. Larry Johnson tackled for a loss. A 1-yard loss, making it so that we could maybe get off the field here, just allowing a field goal. I formation, wouldn't be surprised if they go Larry Johnson's way again. Inside handoff. He's going to try to bounce to the outside. And Kyle Vanden Bosch is there. Vanden Bosch has been awesome. 4th and 3, field goal. Kick for the 2-score lead is good. They must score possession for Vince Young in the offense. Chris Johnson checks into the backfield after that kick return. We go with the motion here. I don't like that motion considering this is a run to the left, but we're going to go with the run. All right, hitting the block. Johnson with the run up the middle. And Chris Johnson has 17 on the play. I think so far, from what I've seen, this has been Chris Johnson's best game and 100 rushing yards as a team, so it's not something we're too used to, but we'll take that. Delaney Walker's getting those number 2 tight end reps due to the fact that Dan Campbell's hurt as Young rolls out, and Young's just going to keep it himself, and Vince Young will take that. 9 yards on the play. I don't even think he looked to throw the ball. 2nd and 1 here as Young in the shotgun. We're going to go with a run. Johnson, it was a little delay out of the shotgun where maybe that play wasn't that good. So 3rd down and 3, this is 4-down territory. I'm fine, not being hyper aggressive on this one. Just give it to Young, and he's not going to be able to get it. 4th and 2. We're working on it, but we'll throw it here. We'll put the ball in Young's hands, give the ball to your best player. 4th down, big situation, it's man coverage. He delivers, and it's caught. Ooh, I would not have bet on him making that catch. That's why we got old man Algie Crumpler to make those types of plays. He is definitely the go-to guy in these situations. So 1st down, new set of downs here. And Young play action. And that's right to a sitting defender. Picked off. He did not let that play develop enough. That was supposed to be a comeback route. And Chiefs are going to take it all the way for a touchdown. He just threw it too quickly. That was a comeback route. He just did not let it develop. Kevin Moe is injured again, so that doesn't help us either. Kickoff stinks. Oh my goodness, he kicked out of bounds. Oh my goodness. Oh, when's the last time a CPU I've seen in a football game just kicked the ball straight out of bounds? All right, good field position for us. It's a 16-point game, so not over, but yeah, very unlikely. Oh my goodness, guys, this offensive line is making me lose my mind. False start. Let's try this again. 1st and 15. Guys, what are we doing? How do we get 2 false starts in a row? Not 3 in a row, surely not. We're good? All right, 1st and 20. Young. Got an open man down the middle and on the outside, and it's caught. All right, we had guys open on the inside and outside. Young, nice ball. We got to score pretty quickly here, so that throw off his back foot. Delaney Walker fumbles. I'm even sure that was a catch. It was not of the ball for very long. Get a replay. What's it like? Yeah. All right. Turnovers hadn't really been too bad of an issue up until this point, which is really surprising because turnovers are they are a very prevalent thing in this game. Your quarterbacks are prone to making mistakes left and right, and now Dwayne Bowe breaking off a tackle. What is happening, guys? Dwayne Bowe, 63-yard touchdown. Yeah, 3 and 3 is not going to happen, it looks like, and changes will be coming as we go in motion here. I mean, are we even going to get this 4th down? If we don't get it, we'll just kind of peace out of here because the game is over. As Young throwing short, caught, not happening. All right, let's get out of here, man. This was tough. This was tough to watch. This was tough to deal with in the 4th quarter. Larry Johnson adds on a touchdown. 40-10, and last couple plays. Yeah, that's game. So Larry Johnson ran all over this team. Young did not have a good game, and there is a lot of blame to go his way as well. So Chris Johnson, though, for the first time, actually played competently. The rushing attack was actually decent. 4 yards at 4.2. The passing game was just terrible. Changes are certainly coming, and I think the first trade we got to make is obvious. I'm not paying Albert Haynesworth $100 million. I am not making Albert Haynesworth the highest paid player in the league other than Peyton Manning. I am not making him the highest paid defensive tackle in the league by almost 2 times the next dude. I'm not making Albert Haynesworth the highest paid defensive player. I just can't do it. It's a 7-year deal that he wants to. He's 27. He'll be 28. That means at the end of the contract, he'll be like 34, 35 years old. I'm not doing that. He's a 95 overall player. He is unbelievable. He is absurd, talent-wise. Somebody else can go pay him. Washington did in real life. They want it. It's all them. Trade Albert Haynesworth. The offers that we have. Okay. I mean, these are some big offers. Second round picks. Feel like, I'm gonna be honest, guys. I looked at offers for Haynesworth earlier, like a couple of weeks ago, and the offers were better than this. We had first round picks offered to us for Haynesworth. That's really unfortunate. I didn't think the offers would go down that much. The offers I was getting, like in week 3, was a first and a fourth, which is crazy good, obviously. Doesn't look like we're gonna get a first, though. So you have third from the Falcons, second from the Bengals next year, so I think I want picks this year. First, yeah. Looks like we're gonna have to. I think Ravens. We already traded. One guy there, Kerry Collins. So the Ravens are offering us a second and a sixth, and this second will be probably like a top 40 pick. So we're gonna go and take the Ravens trade off for a second round pick for Albert Haynesworth. He's gone. Does anybody want Brandon Jones? No. LG Crumpler I'll keep. I don't even think that the offers would be there. Malway's injured. Stewart we can re-sign. Vanden Bosch stays for sure. David Thornton. I don't love the contract. I don't love that he's 29 years old. A 5th rounder this year. Yeah, a 5th rounder this year. Sure. I know we're eating a bit of a penalty there, but it's not like he's a great player for us. Finnegan stays. Trotter's 31 expiring deal. Does any contending team want him as a fill-in? I want to at least make it make sense. The Bills aren't contending. The Saints are contending, though. So we'll move him to the Saints. And yeah, our fire sale isn't exactly, like, crazy. It's just 2 linebackers. It's our defense, basically. And I know the defense was doing pretty well, but we got to be realistic about what this team is, and they're not contending. They're not going to be fighting for anything. We need to sign a D-tackle. You know, Barry Cofield's here, former Washington player and former Giant. So we'll sign Barry Cofield. And then a rookie. We got Paris Harrelson here. Sure, Paris Harrelson. We'll bring him in. Kevin Malway. Let's see what's 7 to 9 weeks. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, if we wanted to trade our 37-year-old center, we couldn't. He's basically, if it's 9 weeks, I mean, could miss the rest of the season if it's a bad recovery. You know what I will say is in this Monday Night Football game against the Colts, it is a lot closer than I would have thought. 21-10 is your score going into the 4th quarter, and we had a couple of chances here. We've missed a field goal and turnover in the red zone. So we could be pretty even with this team if we didn't make some mistakes, but Here we are, Peyton Manning driving, trying to make it a 3-score game, hands it off, and the running back Mike Hart is going to get 10 yards on the play and make it 2nd down and inches. I guess we're just hoping to hold to a field goal here, but Peyton Manning's been on target as we would expect today, and got Dallas Clark in motion here as Manning to the air, blitzing in, outside, got him, and 1st down and goal at the 3-yard line. 2 tight end package, 3 yards out, and we're stacking this box. We're leaving guys like Reggie Wayne and Marvin Harrison out there one-on-one, and that is terrifying. As Manning tosses it at Hart, is gonna lose yards, a lot of yards. Where would this defense be without Kyle Vanden Bosch to come up with big plays every single time we are in a key situation here? 7 minutes to go, 2nd and goal, Manning to throw it. We got a lot of pressure in. They got a receiver outside, and Anthony Gonzalez, touchdown. And the Colts are up by 3 scores. The 1st down and 10. I mean, Chris Johnson gave us a solid return. I'm kind of just letting him do the kick return stuff just for the explosiveness. And Chris Johnson actually take a 10-yard run as well. A 2nd down and inches. Young has a throw. Somebody ran the wrong route, but we got an open man down the middle. We don't do that and instead just swing it outside for a loss of 4. There we go, man in motion, tight end moves to the right. Young, roll out, and Young, he's not even gonna throw it. He's running, and he's got the 1st down. Kind of knew that this Colts team was going to be an absolute headache for us. I mean, this team is literally, like, just so difficult to beat, and having to play them twice a year is brutal. As an open man down the middle, there we go. You know, when we're in a spot like this as a team, we're just kind of looking for these positive signs, the improvement. And Chris Johnson getting 5 yards. At least we're not getting, like, just destroyed in the backfield immediately. Seeing actual positive yard runs is at least a nice sign. Young, though, to throw. No, he's just going to immediately keep it. And Young's got the 1st down. I mean, we are putting together a really nice drive. The only issue is, like, if we didn't have some mistakes earlier on in the game, it might have been a chance for a comeback. But Johnson this time is going to just get nothing on the play. See, we don't have many vertical pass plays. We're going to call one here. Under center. Young. And down the center of the field. There we go. That was up there, like, kind of a bit of a 50-50 ball. I feel like both players had a chance at it, but we come up with that. I think that was Nate Washington. I suppose if we get an onside kick and score a touchdown here, maybe. But Young, we'll just got to focus on one drive at a time. Young. He just taunted a little bit, and then he runs it in for a touchdown. He just literally started showboating behind the line of scrimmage and then scored a touchdown. This guy's crazy. 2-point conversion here to make it a touchdown in a field goal game. Just decided to go for the 2-point conversion now. Let's see what we need in these last 4 minutes. We'll give it to Young, and he's upended. No good. Oh, we get a little defining moment. You know, thank you, because even if we don't recover this, we'll get a small approval boost. Usually, like, when we fail these, we still get, like, a +2, but we'll take that because any approval we can get, we'll take right now. So, all the more positive as well if we recover it. If we recover it, it goes through the roof. But onside, it's up there. That's really high. Tipped around, and Colts have it. That was close. Well, now the big dilemma is, can we, like, force a turnover maybe? Our best chance is just trying to nail Mike Hart in the backfield. Just don't let Peyton throw it. As, no, well, he is going to throw it. And that's actually a miss from Peyton. A rare Manning miss gives us 2nd down. And obviously with the incomplete pass, the clock stopped. So everything coming on good right now as they go with Reggie Wayne in motion. So him and Marv are on the same side. Manning to the air again. Swings it outside. That should have been a pick. That should have been a pick. Not only would that have been a pick, that was Michael Griffin. So he would have taken that probably to the house. 3rd down and 10. Gotta come up with the stop here now. No, Mike Hart. You're telling me we stopped Peyton twice, and then Mike Hart gets a 3rd and 10 1st down? We did the hard part, and then we messed up the easy part. You telling me we couldn't stop Mike Hart? That was great blocking, though. They go misdirection, and no gain there. 2nd and 10. At least they're not, like, draining the clock too much. They're being pretty aggressive here, and that's Mike Card open on the backfield. Yeah, I mean, the pick was our chance. That pick that was dropped, that was the shot. We go and take that back. We have plenty of time. 1-score game. Instead, Mike Card is running on this team. We have an injury. Is it somebody bad who's hurt? Please don't. Barry Cofield out for a game. All right, we just signed him too. 2nd down and 6. They go with a man in motion. That's Marv moving to the right. And Manning will go stretch right. And he's got room. He's breaking off 1 tackle. 5 yards, 3rd and 1. If we're going to have any chance, we need to get off the field here. Goal line package, goal line defense, and we get in the backfield. So let this clock run down. We still have all of our timeouts. I decided to hold on to them. Kick for a 15-point game. That's really close. It's off the upright. Adam Vinatieri just missed a 36-yard field goal. Yet another situation, though, where we can make a late rally. We just need to catch another couple of breaks, probably, as Young to throw. And over the middle, it's caught. And he took that shot, hung on. That'll take us to the 2-minute warning. 3rd down and inches now as we keep it in the shotgun. They got nobody up top. It's all one-on-one across the board. Johnson in motion. If we can get something over the top, that'd be huge. But, yeah, we just don't have the type of guys to beat them out there. And then another brutal play. That's the 2nd time we've done that where we just throw it away. It's better. As we're going hurry up, I don't even know what play they're going to call. Yeah, Young will change the play, move him out wide. I'm not burning the timeout as Young throws, breaks off a sack, throws on the run. Vince Young, what a play. And Young, he's just going to run. And Young has some decent yards here. Not quite the 1st down. Hurry it back to the line. And Young will... Please just don't adjust the play. Please just run something. Especially, look at the Colts. They are not set properly. Come on, run the play. It doesn't matter if it's the best play. The Colts, look at this alignment. It's terrible. I mean, you just got to get rid of it quickly enough. And you do. He drops it. And it completes. They're calling that a 1st down? That sack hurt us? There was no sack. They're calling that a catch and a fumble. What? They're calling that a catch fumble. He did not catch that ball, but it was a fumble that we recovered. That was not a catch. And Young, outside, caught, but he can't get the foot in. I need more urgency from you guys. Stop changing the play at the line. Young, he's just going to run it. Yeah, I got to burn the timeout here. Young slipping off tackles, though. 21-yard line, 3rd down and 2. We'll motion Chris Johnson out. Player at the backfield. Johnson coming across the field. We got a deep middle, and the hitch route open, and he dropped it. Well, 4th down, and see what we can do here. I would say the game maybe is already over, but maybe can we cover the spread here? Make it a 1-score game. That ball knocked away. 28-16. In a game where we also had plenty of opportunities. Young actually plays a pretty decent game, 16 of 28, touchdown, 230 yards. He also had 70 rushing yards and a touchdown. Carried the ball 19 times. He's just... I appreciate the effort. Nate Washington did have 100 yards, but also 2 drops. And Burleson had 1 catch, 1 drop. Sacks. Bullock had a sack. Yeah, like I said, though, we missed a field goal, and then we missed that 2-point conversion. The 1 interception, unfortunately, was in the red zone, so some costly mistakes. We actually had a pretty decent chance at that one, which I wouldn't have expected. Barry Cofield has suffered a season-ending triceps injury, so we're going to need to sign another D-tackle now, because we only have 2. Let's just go Tank Johnson. There you go. So we get the opportunity to sign our 90 overall right tackle. one of the few bright spots on this team. And yeah, a 6-year contract, obviously asking for a decent amount of money, but we will probably be alright giving him not only the contract, but I mean, Pro Bowl incentive. Yeah, if you make the Pro Bowl, go ahead. Go crazy. I'd prefer to get him 25 mil, so that, yeah. Alright, cool. So goal completed. That helps out a lot. This game, as we head to the fourth quarter, Green Bay Packers, another team below 500. And right now, 13-10 is your score going into the fourth quarter. This one so far, Vince Young, not so great. 2 interceptions at this point. Run game is spotty, but not as bad as it's been. We're taking on a very young Aaron Rodgers here, and what a grab. Ball was thrown kind of too far for one guy, too, behind one guy, but he makes this acrobatic grab, gets a first down. Second down and 4. Rodgers under center, sends the receiver out, gets Ryan Grant the ball, and we'll set up for 3rd down and 3. Can we for once not have to dig ourselves out of a multi-score hole in the fourth quarter? Rodgers stretch, no play action. He's got time. He's got an open man. Just no rush and an open guy. Now at the 11-yard line, they bring the fullback in. And I expect a heavy dosage of Ryan Grant here, as they will do just that. Grant has the room, and Ryan Grant, touchdown! It is just very frustrating that, even if we dig ourselves these holes on offense, every fourth quarter we come out here, we're down multiple scores, and it's just up to Vince Young to try to play heroic football, and yeah, we just need to do better in the first 3 quarters. Still, though, this is better than some of the previous games, like that Colts one. We're going to go Johnson on the ground again, and he's not going to get far. 3rd down and 5, that tight formation. Young to the air, and drag routes open, makes a man miss, and I think that's Justin Gage. That's a really nice play from Justin Gage. And there's a penalty on us. As soon as we actually do something good, holding. Was that after or before the throw, though? Algie Crumpler 3rd and 7. Are you kidding me? How does that even happen? Crumpler was on a route and immediately held as soon as the ball was caught. And it backs us up for 3rd and 7. So now one of our rare good pass plays is going to have to come off the board, try it again, and this time, thank you, Algie Crumpler made up for his mistake, I believe. 5:30 to go, and we're roughly about midfield, and Johnson on the ground. There's just nowhere to go. Johnson gets to the outside. Well, if Chris Johnson made that guy miss, I'm pretty excited about what 99 speed on the edge looks like. The issue is we just haven't gotten to see that speed in the open field. So Young will throw this time. Johnson into block. That's a nice block from Johnson. We'll run, and Young is close to the marker, and we'll make it 3rd down and 1. If there is the one positive, Vince Young's running is such a massive asset for this team, and we're going to go on the ground. Little keeper here. Young can't get the first. 4th and 1. Just purely for the approval, we're gonna bench Vince Young. We're not actually benching him though. Like, I'm just doing it for the approval, just to appear nice for the media. I don't know what to make of this. Like, he's not playing well, like, all in all, but also he's not having the best opportunity. Are you kidding me? We did not just let Ryan Grant do that to us. Touchdown Packers. Ryan Grant just put our whole team on its back. All right, that'll be game. We'll let the backup quarterback ride out. Our backup. Who is our backup at this point? Is it Colt Brennan that's gonna play, or I don't even know who our backup. Tillman, whoever Tillman is the backup, because Chris Wenke lost his leg basically. Yeah, Packers are gonna win this one. End of the game hits, and Young, 7 of 15, 3 picks. Chris Johnson, hey, that's one of his better games. 2.8 yards a carry. And Washington had a touchdown. No picks. Vanden Bosch with 1 sack and a tackle for loss. So 30 to 10. And we fall to 2 and 6.
Cal won a big game 2 weeks ago, knocking off number 6 Oregon 37-34 at home. Standout defensive end Marquise Aiko had a huge game, sacking Oregon quarterback Augustus Gordon 4 times in the victory. He'll be a kid to watch come April, even if his name is hard to pronounce. Another team that looks unstoppable at this point is the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Their All-American duo of Karan Lawrence and Devontae Jordan are on pace to set school records, which is quite an accomplishment in South Bend with those Golden Domers. They finished October 7-1, ranked number 9 in the polls. Superstar quarterback Alex Hurst is having an amazing season, throwing 31 touchdowns in his first 8 games. The Alabama quarterback has got to be the Heisman frontrunner at this point. How can you say anything but? FSU has brushed off the last few disappointing seasons to race out to a 7-1 record. Quarterback Joe Kane leads the Seminoles into a big game versus Miami this weekend. Stay tuned to find out how he does.
All of a sudden now, quarterbacks are popping up. Alex Hurst and where is he? We have Kane and Hurst. So, yeah, Joe Kane out of Florida State and Alex Hurst out of, I don't see him here. Maybe that means he won't declare yet? But I haven't been scouting quarterbacks, not yet at least. I mean, I feel like at this point, any quarterback is kind of set up to fail in this team right now, but we have the wide receivers to look at, and, you know, Devontae Jordan, ooh, I mean, speed, upside, big playability, we could use that. And then we have the D lineman, which, I mean, I'm not opposed to a D lineman. It's a very strong D line class, and, you know, get a guy to pair with, Kyle Vanden Bosch wouldn't be so bad. Marquise Aiko. Well, look what we got here. Game against Chicago, and we found a team that's maybe more offensively challenged than us, but we got 21 points up on the board right now, and the run game is not playing bad, and we've been able to really dominate the time of possession. We're going to go into the fourth quarter up 21-0, so we've really dominated this game. Like, Troy Smith is the quarterback in Chicago. They traded for him, put him in at starter, and he's been horrible. He has a 1.7 passer. He is 6 of 22, 2 picks. Oh my goodness. Yeah, like I said, we have found a team that is more offensively challenged than us, because what in the world is that? 3rd down and 8. I don't know how much of this one we'll watch since it is kind of a blowout right now, but, you know, we don't get to enjoy this very often, so I'm going to enjoy it while I can, as he can't reel it in. 4th and 8. Vince Young has played a pretty acceptable game so far. No turnovers, and he's been putting it in the end zone a couple of times here. So Lendale White's also seen the ball more than he has all season. That's how much we've been able to run it as Lendale White. Oh, he fumbled at the end. I was about to compliment you. Is that an actual fumble, though? I might as well challenge it. Like, I might as well. Come on, man. We rushed for 150 yards. But, yeah, we'll just throw out the challenge flag. White. It is... Okay, I don't think that's a fumble. That shouldn't be. Yeah, okay. False alarm. You know, the only difference I made in this game was I actually did make a depth chart move. I swapped Jason Avant and Justin Gage. So Avant is playing as our, you know, second receiver on the outside, and Justin Gage has moved to 4. So was Justin Gage that bad that he just taken him out and made us put up more points than usual? 3rd and 11. I see no point in playing it ultra aggressive here. Specifically for 3rd down, but if we get close on 4th down, I might consider going for it. Chris Johnson on the ground. I like the hole that's opened up here. Johnson! That's a 1st down. I'm going to run a play that I haven't run yet, because usually in this game, this play is very bad. Plays like this are very bad. Let's try a screen. And Young Yeah, see, they just don't throw the screen fast enough. Thought I'd give it a try. I mean, not many opportunities to experiment. Well, Troy Smith, you are down 21 points still. You're headed to the air. Smith, pressure! Down he goes. Is that Keith Bullock on the blitz? This is hard to watch if you're a fan of Troy Smith. My goodness. Look away, any Ohio State fans, as he's going to have it well shy 4th and 8. I would imagine now you go. No, they're still gonna punt. Yeah, they're commanding a mean tank right now. I would say field goal range, we're right on that fringe. We've hit from 58 this season. It'd be 58 from here. So as long as you don't lose any yards, I'd be down to try the field goal. Young, a lot of time. Okay, we'll just, all right. We'll see what we got. 58-yard field goal. I mean, it's really, field goals are brutal, but we've hit from 58 this season. Let's try it again. Baronis got the leg, I think. Got the accuracy. What a kick. I see no real need to go any further in this one. 3 minutes to go, 24-0. And we get to come out with our 3rd victory of the season. Interception, Shante Spencer. Chris Johnson going to run this clock out with some pretty effective runs. 6 yards, 3 yards. I want to know what this final tally looks like. So Vince Young first, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Not a high completion percentage, but 2 touchdowns, no picks. And he did add a rushing touchdown. Look at it. This is a lot of running. Lendale White averaged 4 yards a carry, 81 yards on 19 carries. Chris Johnson, 28 carries for 80 yards. And then Vince Young also ran for about 70 yards. That's a lot of running. We just had the ball all game. You can see here, I mean, they had 10 rush attempts from their running back, 3 picks. Troy Smith ended up with a 0 passer rating. My goodness, man. Sack. All right, Curse, Vandenbosch, Bullock, Picks, Spencer, Hope, Fowler. We're approaching the end of the 3rd quarter, and right now, we have ourselves a lead over Jacksonville. So we played a close game against Jacksonville before. That was due to the fact that MJD and Fred Taylor were injured. And right now, Fred Taylor injured in this game, and MJD seems fine. So, all right, don't have to deal with Fred Taylor, but MJD should be all right. I didn't see him on the injury report. Maybe I'm blind. Regardless, though, we're up by 4 on defense right now, and the Jaguars taking the possession with a broken tackle in the backfield by Kyle Vanden Bosch, who I need Kyle Vanden Bosch going straight to the Pro Bowl. Garrard to throw it, and that's pressure from Vanden Bosch. They get the screen out, and what a hit. 3rd down and 9. Vince Young has played a very poor game so far today, but the defense have really stepped up again. The defense has been such a shining star of this team in some aspects, but in aspects like that, that's not the first time we've dropped what would have been a sure pick 6. Lendale White's coming off one of the best rushing performances of anybody this season, actually averaging 4 yards a carry. So White's going to take the ball here, and Lendale White will get about 10. The ground game has gotten slightly better week by week. It's still not where we want it to be, but at least we are improving. Johnson, 1st down, but again, he tried to bounce it outside. Now Lendale White checks back in, so a healthy rotation between these 2 guys as we go play action. Young is going to try to fire that. That's Dan Campbell. He's back from injury, and Dan Campbell with the grab for the 1st down. Oh, it's bad when we're relying on Dan Campbell to be this team's savior in the passing game. We're going to motion Johnson out. Young just keep it himself, and that's a solid run. We'll take that for 6. 6 minutes to play in a nice situation here on 2nd down where Chris Johnson, that's just not a good block there from Michael Roos. 3rd and 4. I'm pretty comfortable taking a field goal here if we have to. Johnson motions out and clearing up the backfield. We've seen this before, but this time Young's gonna throw. Deep drop. Young with time. Chris Johnson was wide open and he missed him. We'll have to settle for 3. That was a golden opportunity. And we'll have Rob Baronis instead. 45-yard field goal. Kick is veering right, but it's going to be good. And we'll have a 7-point lead. Look at 4. Our 4th win of the season. All right, we go back over there. Defense back out on the field. MJD with the carry. And nice job to at least get him slowed down. Keith Bulluck got stiff-armed, but got there first, got there quickly. Just a 3-yard gain. Moved to 2nd down. I mean, I wouldn't have expected post-trade deadline us moving a couple of guys, especially on the defensive side of the football, for us to be in a spot where we could go and win 2 games in such a short area of time. And no, Cortland Finnegan got beat, and he's got it. Gone. Touchdown, 77 yards. Who just did that to us? I'm gonna just stay calm. That was Reggie Williams. 5 minutes is plenty of time. Gotta go roughly for field goal range, 30 yards. As we will start Johnson on the delayed handoff in the shotgun. Johnson gets it for 2. I'm fine just kind of taking some time here. I would, in an ideal situation like this, to just be the last real drive of the game. Young on the keeper. Will he ever pitch it? No, I mean, it's there. I just don't know if they pitch in this game, but we'll take 3 more. Situations like this have been the hardest for us because I just have no go-to guys. I just have no one that I can say, yeah, 3rd down, crucial situation. This is who I want to throw to. This is who I want to draw something up for. I just keep finding myself saying, well, Vince Young has been the highest success rate on a lot of big plays, and he's got one there. Vince Young on the rollout, I think that was to Washington. I would like just, another 1st down for field goal range, and we should be okay there, at least from the range side of things, but Johnson loses 2 on the run. I'm not going into full drain the clock scenario here. We got to get a little bit closer on another 1st down before I'm really starting to run everything out. Young, they send the blitz, and he tried to scramble. 3 yards on the play. If we just get a couple of yards, I'm not opposed to trying it. We've seen the 58-yarder. I think maybe we could hit from, a little bit more than that. We got the flats wide open. He throws it back across the left side and had it in his hands. Defender was there. If he just dumped that short to Chris Johnson, though, we'll have to punt. I'm not trying a 64-yard field goal. And the punt, it's not a good one at all. A touchback would have been better. All right, so bad punt. Didn't even get to come anywhere close to pinning them deep. And now they will have an opportunity to do what we wanted to do. Keith Bulluck forces the fumble, and the Titans, we have it. Keith Bulluck forces it out. They're going to review it, and it's not a fumble. He hit him so hard, though. Bulluck, we just look at him just knock him off his feet, but he did not fumble. And the Jags will retain possession. They got my hopes up for a second. Defense, you got me excited. Keith Bulluck, do you have another hard hit in you? MJD, we got the blitz on the edge from the nickel, and it's a nice job getting him down as be 3rd and 1. 3rd and 1. I want to just send everybody through, but they actually pass it. We got the blitz, and that's a floater, and swatted down Michael Griffin. No, insta losses. Come on, Johnson. He hits the hole, and we'll take a short game. 2-minute warning, and we are hopefully going to put together this drive to win this game. Young to the air. As we got the extra running back in for protection. Algie Crumpler wide open. And Crumpler, thank you for holding on. I'm not hurrying up. We can take our time here. Just another, I'd say, 15 yards bare minimum for me to even want to think about kicking the field goal. Young is got a receiver. That's a first down and into field goal range. Ooh, we got this. We could do this. Just don't do anything silly, guys. All right, I'm running the clock down. Got it to about 1 second. Lendale White on the handoff. Letting Lendale White be the one to do it here, as I want the 97 carrying that he has to be the one to run us to potential field goal opportunity here for the win. Jaguars aren't burning any timeouts, so I'm just going to try to get it as close as possible. Just get it closer. White on the carry again. There you go. That's a first down. And the Jaguars, still no timeout being burned here. 2 plays. Maybe 1, depending on how long this one takes. But we're just going to go with the fullback in. Dive, maybe center the ball here. White. No, he's going to go a little bit more to the outside, but that's a little bit closer as well. I'm just going to kick it from here. I'm not even going to risk it. We'll burn the timeout. 3 seconds and a pretty short field goal here for the win. I have confidence in our kicker. They're going to ice us. It's 35 yards for the win to finally take out somebody in our division. Jaguars, they're hoping for overtime. Come on. Give us that 4th win of the season. Baronis, snap down, kick is up, kick is good. And we take home the victory. I am very happy with how this team was able to operate, aside from that 177-yard touchdown on defense, to be able to get the job done despite Vince Young throwing 3 interceptions. I think overall, aside from the picks, I mean, Vince Young has had this thing where when it matters in the 4th quarter, he does play his best. Did run for a touchdown as well. Johnson, I mean, at what point do we just give Lendale White more of the carries? Lendale White seems to play better. Dan Campbell, what in the world happened here? Dan Campbell had a 70-yard touchdown. How did they let that happen? 65 yards after the catch, you let Dan Campbell run? Oh, what happened there? All right, well, Shante Spencer had another interception as well, making me look good on that trade, and Keith Bulluck got the sack. Okay, something just popped up here. Game changers or random curveballs you get thrown. So we have an unexpected injury. David Stewart got a mild concussion diving into the pool. Oh my goodness. So our starting right tackle got a mild concussion diving into a pool. Are we dead serious? Are we... Really? How bad? Like, do we have 3 to 4 weeks? Come on. So, Mawe's still out. So our 2 best offensive linemen are out 3 to 4 weeks. Oh my goodness. We're just being hit with some wild stuff. I mean, really? How do you get a concussion diving into a pool? We are approaching the end of the 3rd quarter and a tie game. And that was literally, like, second to last play of the 3rd quarter. A missed field goal from the Jets. So we take over, and with 1 first down, we are right at about midfield. And Vince Young so far... Oh my goodness, our running backs are exhausted. Vince Young so far has played some of his best football in terms of actually like having a pretty effective completion percentage and everything. So I'm not really here to complain. He does have an interception, but it was to Darrelle Revis, so I'm not gonna, you know, knock him too hard for it. Darrelle Revis against these receivers is a bit of a cheat code. As Young, it's incomplete, intended for Algie Crumpler. This is all I could have really hoped for, is just to see slight improvements as we go throughout the season. 3rd and 9, though. Can we get a first down to put us what would be in scoring position here? Young has got the pressure in. That's a pass. That's pass interference. They're going to call that pass interference. I seen him just standing there blocking the path, and there it is. Pass interference. I don't know. Dude just did not want to react to the ball. We just threw one up, and Young kind of got away with it there, but we'll take it regardless. So now in field goal range, let's just hope we can find the end zone here. That'd be big for us, as I like the look that we have. Johnson, keep it inside, and they'll take it for 4 yards. I mean, even if the yards per carry isn't crazy, there's not as many catastrophic losses where we're getting destroyed in the backfield within the first, millisecond of him touching the football. So I'm happy that we're able to put together some more consistent runs, rather, having 2nd and 7, 2nd and 6, rather than the 2nd and 11s we've been having. As Young, nice pick up on the blitz there, and we'll get a receiver down in the slot. Come on, let's find the end zone for the second time. Johnson checks back in, and that looked like it could have been offsides for a second. All right, we'll move Crumpler in motion, throw, and Young is just going to try to run. Okay, I'm fine. If he held that ball for long, he was going to get sacked, so I'll take the no gain instead. Going to let Young drop back and pass this. See what he's got here. No motions, I don't think. No rollout here. Just drop back and throw, Young. Come on. Got slant routes headed, and zone picked off. Come on. And now we turn it over to our defense, where, again, we're not facing the gauntlet of quarterbacks. It's Kellen Clemens out there. I mean, we picked up wins, beating David Garrard's cool, but Kellen Clemens, Troy Smith. We faced Damon Heward. Our schedule this year, quarterback-wise, is not exactly all that threatening. We faced an Aaron Rodgers before he became good. That is, okay, is he offsides? I might be offsides on that one, but a sack. Vanden Bosch. That's offside. Like, why was he step so forward? What are you doing? Keith Bullock. Did you lose where you were? 2nd and 8. We could have been 3rd and long. That would have been for sure, I feel like, getting off the field. Instead, Bullock trying to make up for it. And that helps out a bit. 3rd and 10. 3rd down, though. Another situation where we can get off the field and probably get good field position. They clear out the backfield, so, I mean, this looks familiar. We've done that a decent amount. As that throw swatted at the line. In one of my game plans this week, I worked on toss plays, because I'm like, man, can we get some good stuff with Chris Johnson on the edge? The first one we ran earlier did not work. Johnson, though, slips a tackle. And all that for just 3 yards. I felt like he had some room there if the other blocks held up. He made the one guy miss if he got to the edge. Just still, that 99 speed has not been able to run free. But it just feels like you get it one time, and he could just be off and running. This is all of what Chris Johnson is. He's a home run hitter, and we just can't hit a home runs, but everything is just so bad around him. I mean, part of that is the fact that our right tackle and our center isn't going to help that much in the outside run game, but our right tackle tried to jump in a pool, so, he's not here right now. So Young, 3rd and long, throws it outside, caught! And that one, I think, was Nate Washington. Young put it where he needed to be, and impressive that Washington was able to reel it in. I like the look that we have here in between the guard and center. Looks pretty good. Johnson. All right. Haven't ran any of our plays to get Young on the move. When I tried to let him drop back and throw, he just kind of threw it right to the defense. So let's get him on the move. Let him use his legs. Young, time. What are you doing? Why would you throw it all the way back across your body on the run? You had plenty of space. You could have set your feet. And typically Vince Young has been someone to come alive late in the games, but he is stinking it up in the 4th quarter. And this was after playing a good first 3 quarters. So it's kind of an inverse of what we're used to here. But let's see, we got an injury and some open receivers. Short, he goes to Crumpler. That's right in no man's land, 43-yard line. The injury is another offensive lineman hurt. Our backup center's hurt too. 4th down and 4. It's a 60-yard field goal from here. He had the distance from 58. He had the distance from 58. Do I let him try a 60-yarder for the lead? Or do I go for it? I don't want to punt. I do not want to punt. we don't hit this though, trust my kicker. Trust the kicker. 60-yard field goal. I think he's got the boot. It's just a matter, does he have the accuracy? Barones, kick. It is off the upper. He had the leg, and it was just right. Literally, if it was just, we were a couple of yards closer. 2.5 to go. Now the Jets are set up in great field position. Clemens has got a wide open man. Immediately 28 yards. Will they run a play here before? Yes, they will. Run it again. Got the edge. And not enough speed to outrun, but still 3rd and 1 after a 6-yarder. Can we get out here? Give ourselves 2 full minutes, basically, as they go ground game. He's fighting forward. They got it. He was met right at the line of scrimmage, and he just fell forward. Yeah, they're not running the clock. So they go up the middle, 3rd down, and now we'll burn it, because now they'll run the clock. So we got out of there with 2 timeouts still and just over a minute to play, where they get a chip shot field goal. Ours was from 60. Theirs is from 23, and the kick is good. And we are relying on some Vince Young magic to try to win this game. Well, we know he has a 60-yard leg, so if we're looking at range here, 27 yards is kind of what it would take for about a 58, 57-yard field goal. Just get 2 first downs, maybe. Young, he's got enough speed to get to the edge, and we'll take 6 on the play. So we really got to limit how much we scramble, but I mean, we'll take 6 yards, but we only got 1 timeout left, 55 seconds. Crumpler in motion. Looking at roughly 20 yards for field goal range. Young's going to run again. Young, you got to get enough yards to make it worth it, and I think that's definitely justifiable. I'm fine with that. We'll get to the 48-yard line. 5 yards would give us a 60-yard try again. I'd obviously like to get much closer. Young is changing the play. Is he spiking it? All that for a spike? Oh, he's faking the spike! Young, outside! Okay! That's Chris Johnson! Okay, he faked me out. That was interesting. I'm just gonna run it quickly. Because I don't want to do the hurry up where they're you know, changing the play and everything. It's just quicker to go like this. 20 seconds to go. Maybe take 1 shot here and then burn the timeout, and we can maybe play for overtime. Young throws it quickly, caught. And yeah, we're going to have to just play it there. We're not going to take any other shots. All right. 5 seconds to go. Overtime is on the line here with this field goal. And hey, we did a pretty good job. Vince Young, really nice on that final drive. I scrambled to get us close. And then the fake spike throw to Chris Johnson got us in range. Barones for overtime. Kick is good. We'll take the tie. For now. Remember, sudden death overtime rules back here, and we will not have the ball first. That hurts. So we got sudden death rules, as that's how overtime operated back then. So not getting the ball first here really stinks, but the run defense has been pretty solid. Another 2-yard loss. I mean, I like that even minus Albert Hainsworth, this D-line has been pretty good. Despite, like, outside of Kyle Vanden Bosch, it's not a talented group, but Keith Bullock and Vanden Bosch have done some real good work in this front 7 as a whole. 3rd down and 7 is the situation here after getting that lost yardage back and a little bit more. They're probably going to have to force Kellen Clemens to finally throw the ball as they come out I formation, move the receiver. And Finnegan follows. So man coverage here as they will throw. And Kellen Clemens, shorty couldn't hang on. I've said it enough this game. You know the range. You know where we're aiming for. As Young motions out, we're going to just give it to him. Let him run. It's his running that got us as far as we have, as he'll get 2 on the play. Because even the 60-yarder, he had it by a couple of yards. I don't know what the winds are looking like, but I think they are pretty good right now. Okay, well, we wouldn't try it from there. They just all out blitzed and caught us in the backfield. I guess another question would be, depending on how third down goes, would we go for it? Say we get 5 yards here, should we go? Well, let's see what Young has for us. 3rd down and 10, they send the extra man. Get it out to an open receiver! And this is the spot where it is so... This is so risky. They want us go for it or punt. Is kicking not an option? Kicking isn't an option. We can only punt or go for it. Are we dead serious? Really? A 60-yard field goal isn't an option. Are you kidding me? What? Why? Well, I guess we're going for it. Can I get my... Do they have it down as QB? No. Would it be standard pass? Are my rollouts not here either? Oh, there they are. Oh my goodness, what? You mean -3 yards averaged? My success score is pretty high too. Okay. A 60-yard field goal is not an option. It was punt or go for it. I'm going for it. 4th and 2. Vince Young to be the hero. He's rolling. He can run for it. Why did you do it again? Unbelievable. Seriously. Now I'm going to think of what might have been if we would have been able to kick that field goal. Because next play, it is down inside the 10. Yeah, they're just going to kick the field goal now. Chip shot, 25-yarder for the win. Jets up. Good. We lose. Vince Young. You interesting character, you. He threw for 224, 1 touchdown, 2 picks. Still 63 completion percentage. I mean, going into the 4th quarter, he was completing like 80% of his passes. Johnson, 52 yards. Lendale White, 39. Young, 38. 100 yards for Nate Washington. And a touchdown for Justin Gage. That's so frustrating. That's so frustrating. We should have won that one. I don't know if we would have hit the 60-yarder, but I would have liked to try since the first one was close. And we have injuries to report on as well. Dan Campbell, sprained shoulder, and our backup center, dislocated knee. So we don't have a center on our team right now. You know, the next journey here on this incredible QB gauntlet that we have been facing takes us to Detroit on Thursday Night Football, where we are up 22-9, taking on everybody's favorite media player / analyst. It is Dan Orlovsky. This quarterback carousel that we have been playing is just incredible here. I mean, Orlovsky, Damon Hewer, Troy Smith, Ryan Fitzpatrick. It's a lot of just interesting names, but right now we are up 22-9, doing pretty good on offense right now. We're actually running the ball pretty decently. Vince Young has got some touchdowns on the board, and the defense has only allowed just the 3 field goals. So it is Orlovsky to throw, and he's not going to have much time. He's sacked. I'm fully well aware that this schedule is, you know, this is the last, like, mega easy, actually, no, second to last, like, mega easy run that we have. We also play the Browns still, because of course we do, as that ball almost picked off. But, I mean, look at the quarterbacks we've been playing. It's no surprise that our defense has not been allowing a crazy amount of points this year. I mean, we have, aside from Peyton Manning, like, the toughest quarterbacks we play are just the ones in our division. You know, Manning, Schaub, Garrard, that's 6 games, but all of our non-division games, like, we played a pre-breakout Aaron Rodgers. Like, it's just not a lot here, as Young's gonna run, and they'll take it for 4 yards to get right at midfield. 3rd down and 6. I know things are going to start getting a little bit more brutal. Of course, we still have to play the Colts again. I think we play like the Steelers too at some point. As Johnson up the middle. That's a lot of room. And Chris Johnson. All right, 13 yards. We don't get many double-digit yard runs in general this year. The run game's also been a little bit more healthy with more LenDale White implementation, as we've been just trying to work him in, getting more carries. As here is LenDale White, and as I spoke, LenDale White fumbles. You are not the guy who should be fumbling. You're the guy who's Mr. Safety. And he just puts it on the ground. I mean, he's got so much higher carrying, and that's just unlucky. I'm not allowed to compliment my players, I feel like. Every time I do, just something happens. I want to the only person that doesn't do anything wrong is Kyle Vanden Bosch, so I think that's a flag on Detroit. We'll take it. You know, I just think for pride's sake, we got to close this one out. Imagine blowing a 2-touchdown lead to Dan Orlovsky. That'd be brutal. This is literally the Lions team that in real life wound up going 0-16. Going into this season, we were going into that year where they ended up drafting Matthew Stafford and everything. So, like, this is the 0-16 Lions here. Like, we better take care of business. They aren't 0-16 pace right now. They got a couple of wins on the board, but 3rd down and 8. I don't know what I'm really also looking for, because, like, we are hurting our draft position quite a bit by winning all these games. Like, there's a big cluster of teams in the 3 to 4 win range right now, and us winning this one to get to 5 would kind of take us like well out of the top 10 in terms of draft picks. So 4th down here, and 4th and 4, they're punting. This is some elite tank commanding from some of these teams. They are all in on, I don't know, this quarterback class, I guess. Chris Johnson with a decent return past the 30. Put the ball in harm's way. We already fumbled once. Let's let Vince Young carry it and get another first. Okay, LenDale White on the ground. And first down. You know, I guess the Lions are given an illusion that they want to win this game. They are using their timeouts, but it really doesn't feel like this team wants to win. Johnson up the middle, and the inside running has at least been pretty solid for us. Lions will burn another timeout. This one just about over. I've never really had us enforce the run this well before this season, so we're really running it amazingly. As Young will keep it going. Vince Young, how about it? Another touchdown. So, yeah, I mean, I got bored of just trying to run the clock, and Vince Young, look at the play chart here. I mean, just run. It was all good. And no, like, there was only like one run that didn't go for, you know, like, decent yardage. So 29-9 is going to be the final. Yeah. Look at us dominating the Lions here on Thursday night. Young, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. The passing game still isn't good, I think just due to the receiving, but Chris Johnson, 4.4 a carry. LenDale White, 4.8 a carry. Vince Young, 6.4 carry. This is our best rushing game. All of our rushers carried the ball 10 to 18 times. All of them averaged roughly 4.5 or more. All of them 60-plus yards, and Vince Young got the 2 touchdowns. That is what I had wanted to things to be like from the beginning. I knew it was going to be a work in progress, but at least we got to see a little bit of what I wanted in at least one of these games this year. This is ideal.
Well, it's over, and we had another wide right. FSU kicker Martin Nikos missed the game-winning kick as time expired, negating the effort quarterback Joe Kane made in the final drive. Memphis looks like it's on track to head to a bowl at the end of the year, thanks to All-American candidate Carl Dixon. The senior corner leads the nation in interceptions, and he's a lock to win the DB of the Year award. Another award that could go down to the wire is Defensive Lineman of the Year. It's a three-way race between UCF's Jamarcus Boone, Notre Dame's Karan Lawrence, and Cal's Marquise Ako. On the outside looking in is Tennessee defensive tackle D'Andre Rowe. While he's had a nice season, his numbers are clearly overshadowed by the other three. I'm predicting right now, Alex Hurst will win the Heisman in a runaway vote. Mark down my words. You'll see, rarely am I wrong about this. And I'll be back in January for more on the draft.
All right, 5-7 is where we're at. My hope this season was to win like maybe 5 games all year. Just to give you a little update on the schedule or the standings here, we're not winning the division. The Colts are 11-1. They were 11-0. They actually just lost. I mean, I guess we could push for second in the division, but if you're looking at what the playoffs are, Colts are going to win the South, the East. The Bills are actually, and I was disrespecting the Bills a little earlier, the Chiefs are doing good as well. So that's the West, and then there's the North. So wild card is 7-5, then 6-6, 6-6, 6-6. I mean, literally, if we won that Jets game, we're 1 game out of a wild card spot, which is so weird. And like I said, there was kind of this cluster of teams down here. The Bucks are 12-0. Patriots, Eagles, Colts are all 11-1. That's just such a stacked top of the league. But Panthers, Niners, Washington at 2-10. We're not catching them, but you see this cluster of teams. 3 3-win teams, 3 4-win teams, and then a bunch of now 5-win teams. That's a lot of 5-win. That's 7 5-win teams. So, I mean, right now, like, draft-wise, we play the Browns next. You know, I know I said that I wouldn't mind losing this game if we have to. Vince Young throws a pick there, but we're down 17-0 right now. I was anticipating getting our butts kicked by some of the other teams that we're playing, but yeah, the Browns first play of the fourth quarter, I simmed. I don't think this one's worth hopping into. We're down 24-0, and yeah, I mean, I thought we'd get blown out by the Colts, Steelers, maybe the Texans again, but the Browns? I mean, this is what happens when we don't play, like, the bottom barrel quarterbacks, because Derek Anderson in this game is actually pretty decent. He's like an 85 overall. We do get a touchdown here. 27-8, the final. That is disgustingly bad. Vince Young, 13-21, but not a lot of yards. Typical back to reality rushing performance, and Vince Young didn't even run it much or run it well. And on defense, Harper got a pick, Kearse got a sack, but now, with the final stretch of our schedule being a lot more difficult, maybe 5-11 is actually what this team might end up being. I think we could beat the Texans, even though they did destroy us last time. I don't think it's impossible for us to beat the Texans. Guys, this is incredible. Look what just happened. In the third quarter, right at the start, Chris Johnson, 52-yard touchdown run. We have not seen that all year. I don't think we've had a single 20-plus yard run this season. But Chris Johnson just goes all the way for a score, and we got the lead right now, so I guess we'll pick things up right here where I'll show you the rest of this third quarter, but we're actually winning, and we got a big play. This is very unlike us, and then we turned it up. We fumbled. What happened there? Why did we give the ball to them in good field position? It said turnover on downs, but it also said fumble. They missed the field goal. And now we're in scoring range. Nate Washington, 30 yards, and a Lendale White touchdown. What is going on? We are winning 21-10. And the fourth quarter is on. Yeah, Kevin Mawe back, and David Stewart's back. So, for the first time, we are at full strength on the offensive line with a little bit of, like, experience under our belts. And some, okay, never mind. Never mind. He's immediately injured again. Never mind. No, I can't even finish my thought. Kevin Mawe is already hurt again. All right, well, at least we got that 50-yard run to hold on to close. So I'm not going to tank. I'm not going to throw the game as much as it's tempting because the draft picks are really valuable. We're just going to let it ride. Young rolls. Young runs. Young first down. And at the 41-yard line. But what I will do is I will play it rather safe here. In field goal range to make it a 14-point game. We score a touchdown, though. We've got a feeling that it would be wraps for our 6th win of the season, as we're going to go draw play. Johnson. I don't feel like throughout this entire year we've gotten the best evaluation of this team. Vince Young's had a poor year, but the receivers are terrible, and the offensive line, I mean, Kevin Mawe's missed on and off, like, I think he's maybe played to completion, like, 5 games. Our right tackle missed a month. Like, I don't feel like we've gotten a fair evaluation of this offense with how bad it's been. 3rd down and 7. Young to throw it, and oh my goodness, that should have been picked off. Well, we go 55-yard field goal here, and Baronis for the 2-touchdown lead kick. That's going to be wide. That's wide right, and it's off target, so the Texans get great field position. All right, well, if the Matt Schaub-led Texans are going to come out here, pull this off, it's going to have to be probably through the air because our rushing defense is pretty nice. Though I can also say we haven't faced a lot of elite running backs either. We're facing a washed Shaun Alexander. Like, Shaun Alexander, great, MVP player, but this ain't the type of Shaun Alexander that won MVP. As Schaub to the air. I mean, they're going to go up top, and I was going to say, like, you could really attack Andre Johnson. I mean, the only bet we have is if Cortland Finnegan wants to start yanking his helmet off and swinging on him like he's Myles Garrett, but I don't think we're going to get into a fight with Andre Johnson just like he did in real life. So we're just going to have to hope he locks him down. You see them matched up there on the right side, and that's going to be the key matchup because the Texans don't really have many other great receivers aside from Andre Johnson, which again benefits us because our secondary third corners all not that good, and a 3rd down draw play is going to set them up for a 4th and 7 where they are going to go for it. So, you know, the teams like the Lions, they refuse to go for it, but the Texans here is a situation where you should go for it. They will go for it. We send the blitz. They got an open man, and they throw to the one further closer to the sidelines, and because of that, it takes him out of bounds, and he does not get it. They threw it to the guy who's a little bit shorter. He may have had a chance to run for that 1st down. You know, sometimes it will be a good play by the defense. Like, that was, you know, good on the defense. But, man, feels like some of the assignments and the pickups could be better. But that's what happens also when you're rocking a 65 overall center right now, as Young keeps it. And, man, all right, 3rd down and 12. I mean, we can just keep, you know, turning this thing over to our defense and letting them make the stop here. They don't really have to do much up by 2 scores. Just don't throw a pick 6. Don't give them good field position. Let this clock ride down. 4 minutes to play. And Vince will throw right to an open receiver and a 1st down. Jason Avant. I do think the offense also has been a little bit better ever since they put Justin Gage on the bench, which is funny since he's the highest rated receiver. But Justin Gage has been, it was terrible. As Johnson, nice fight there. And he'll turn that into 6 yards. So, barring something wild happening here, I think we're going to get out if you were the 6th victory, and well, that was bad. And that's an instance where it's just the blocking's rough. Well, so I know the playbook is a little small right now, but kind of just keeping things simple for now, and as we add the players that we want to have be building blocks of this team, and as we keep on advancing, we'll add more and more. Young scrambling for the 1st down, 12 yards, and you know, they got to learn what we have so far, and every time I've added something new, it's like we try to run it, but you know, let's just go to like one of these unlearned plays that I've added. Like, I added this play like 2 weeks ago. We'll run it. We just haven't learned it yet, though. So I'll run it and see what happens, but I don't think it'll go well. 14-yard line. 2.5 to go. As somebody ran the wrong route. The fullback didn't even run a route. He was on a route. He didn't run it. Yeah, we just have to learn. Like, you just can't add too much. You know, you have to get everyone up to speed, and continuity is important as well. So you don't want to completely deconstruct the roster. You don't want to do too much, but you just want to make sure your guys have everything they need. Chris Johnson, touchdown on the ground. And finally, we get to see a little bit of burst from Chris Johnson, who's had his best game of the season. That'll do it. 2 minutes to go, up by 3 touchdowns. No need to really do anything else here. Yeah, we may have hurt our draft pick pretty significantly, I feel like. Probably got ourselves out of the running for that, like, 7th or 8th pick, but, you know, culture wins, I guess. It also helps us keep our job as well. Like, that is also important for us to keep our job. We get another field goal at the end there and win 31-10, so pretty dominant victory. We kind of give the Texans one right back as they beat us up earlier in the season. We beat them up. Young, 9 of 19. The rushing attack. Chris Johnson almost had 100 yards, 99 on the ground. Lendale White, 49. And Vince Young, 27. But you can see we're putting up some better rushing performances. This and the Lions game has shown us a little bit of what we're kind of aiming for. So, Mr. Kevin Mawe, torn quad. And there's only 2 games left in the season, but my goodness, man, this guy. All right, wow. Torn quad. We have a torn triceps here. Torn quad, though, 5 to 6 months at the end of the season, so. I mean, yeah, he's left leg is 0%. He's done for. Like, he might retire anyway, but if he doesn't retire, he'll be 38 years old off a torn quad. Yeah, his career's probably just cooked at this point. I can't say I'm shocked with a Steelers team fighting for the playoffs here, but it's been ugly on offense. We've done quite literally nothing. We've gotten maybe like 1 first down all game, and the Steelers are about to go up 20, maybe 24-0, and 24-0. So, this might be it for the season. I'll give them this possession. If they score, I guess we could hop in. I mean, like, technically we could make the playoffs, so if we score here, I'll give it a try. But 24-0, Chris Johnson leg injury. Oh, that's beautiful. This drive is taking up the entire 4th quarter, basically. And we do score, and we do get the 2-point conversion. Alright, I said if we... I guess. That's not ideal that Chris Johnson just suffered a leg injury that could be substantial. Now I'm worried about the long term of Chris Johnson because if we're losing some of that speed, that could change the complexion of what we're doing here. And he just got a face mask on 3rd down. Are you serious? All right, yeah. They're tanking on my behalf. I didn't ask for that. I did not ask for that. I'm at least hopeful that Jim Schwartz wants to stick around because I think we found the guy that we could be excited about as a D coordinator. Coordinators can quit, though, or they can get poached and, you know, become head coaches elsewhere. Another injury. This is not good. Javon Curse, yeah, it's like his 4th injury. It's another leg injury as well. So 4th down, field goal here. If they make it, we'll sim to the end since it's a 3-score game. But if they miss, then yeah, we'll play it out. They, of course, let the play clock run down. If they hit the field goal, we'll be out of here because it'd be a 3-score game. If they miss, we can play it out since it'd be 2 scores. Field goal, good. So that ends our season. We were alive in the playoff hunt, though, for a lot longer than I would have thought, especially with how we were looking early on. I do feel like, though, you know, a couple of bounces go our way. You know, the Jets game, maybe that turns things around. The Browns game was a real just gut punch of a loss. I didn't expect that to happen, but a couple things go differently. We could have made the playoffs. Like that's what's crazy here, but it looks like we're gonna probably finish 6-10. Young, another not so great performance. Chris Johnson got hurt, didn't play well. Defense, no sacks, no picks. And now we have to see how serious is Chris Johnson's injury, because if it's a bad injury, like we're hoping, since it was like a leg injury, we're hoping like maybe hamstring, sprain, something like that, to where he'll be fine long term. But like if he blew his knee out or something, or he broke his leg, that's gonna be really scary. So I'm gonna get the report here, and I think he's fine. We didn't get anything. So a dislocated knee for Javon Curse, and Dave Ball, broken arm. Injuries, man. Oh my goodness. So yeah, I think he's all right. Yeah, leg cramp. He got a leg cramp. We're fine. We're fine. All right, as we hit the fourth quarter in this game, we're actually like relatively close for a moment there. Yeah, the Colts are going to score a touchdown though. So we're down 28-11. Yeah, we're not going to win this game. We're not going to hop in. But we'll end up finishing the season 6-10. I'm pretty okay with that. My expectation was about 5 wins. I honestly thought, with the way this team was looking at on paper, I thought maybe even 4 wins. But 5 wins, 6 wins, I'll take that. I thought like after we dealt some of our defenders at the deadline, we were gonna like go on a mega losing streak, which we didn't. And I'm impressed that the team was able to hold strong and go on a bit of a win streak, almost even push for playoff consideration. I made Chris Johnson the backup running back for this game, so he still did get some runs. I wanted to still get him out there, but like not really risk as much. Young, 10 of 22, typical stuff that we've seen. Lendale White got the start. Running backs, 3 to 4 yards a carry. It is what it is. Booker 2 sacks. Shante Spencer with the pick. So that will be wraps on the regular season, and we will get into the fun stuff. We'll obviously recap the year with the stats and everything, but then the fun really begins. Here is what could save our job here. 49 approvals really bad, because we did end the season with 75. I had a very strategic move I did here. I waited till the literal very last second to re-sign Rob Baronis, because our owner approval throughout most of the season was pretty good. With that loss and with the goal failed of not having 75 approval at the end of the year, it dropped even more. So now it's at 47. But I think if there's going to be something that keeps the job, it's going to be completing one of our other goals, which is signing Rob Baronis. We're going to give him, hey, this could be the job savior here, so you can take what you want. There we go. 58 approval, which I think will be enough to keep the job. We also go to MVP here. Tom Brady wins MVP. Offensive Player of the Year, Tom Brady. Defensive Player of the Year, Keith Rivers, who was a rookie as well. So that means Will James wins Rookie of the Year for the offense. What in the world? So Defensive Rookie of the Year would obviously be Keith Rivers. Coach of the Year, it is Bill Belichick, but not Bill Belichick. And here we go. I want you to stay. We barely, I feel like we're able to scrape by. I don't know if we would have kept the job if the approval was 49, but the expectations were below 500. We finished below 500. Yeah, we stay with the team. I was waiting to see if we kept our job before I checked anything, but here are the stats to close the year. Vince Young, 2,400 yards, 52 completion percentage, 11 touchdowns to 21 picks. So pretty like on par with his real life seasons, just more picks. Completion percentage went way down, though. And, yeah, it was rough. On the ground, he did 10 touchdowns, though. On the ground is pretty good. And 500 rushing yards, which is pretty on par with a rookie season. So he didn't fumble at all. That's pretty good. He didn't fumble a single time. So in total, he had 21 touchdowns, 21 turnovers. So I know the passing looks pretty rough, but we used him as a goal line rushing threat, red zone threat. So because he didn't fumble the ball, turn it over there, 21 and 21 is kind of the ratio. It's not good, but I mean, that's an upgrade from, 12 touchdowns to maybe 20 plus turnovers, and 19 touchdowns with however many turnovers he had there. He just didn't have a lot to work with in the passing game. Like, that's the thing. I do think that matters. Rushing attack. Oh boy. Yeah, this was not good. Chris Johnson, 678 yards and 4 touchdowns. He added 96 yards in the receiving game. And just too many games where, I mean, all the games, like 28 carries for 80 yards, but 21 carries, 36 yards, 20 carries, 40 yards, and he had even like 9 carries, 0 yards. Just wasn't good blocking. But also at the same time, LenDale White put up 4.1 yards a carry. I think Chris Johnson wasn't good, but he also wasn't helped much, whereas LenDale White he did make the most of his opportunities, I felt like. Receiving, Nate Burleson, 750 yards and 3 touchdowns. Nate Washington, 674 yards, 3 touchdowns. Justin Gage, 300 yards, 3 touchdowns. Algie Crumpler, rough, 240. And Jason Avant, 190. No one else really did anything. Dan Campbell literally had that one game, and that was it. Look at the drops, though. 13 for Burleson, 12 for Washington, 7 for Gage, 6 for Crumpler, and then a couple other guys with 2. You're just not going to do much with that kind of drop production there. Offensive line, Leroy Harris was a big just pile of garbage here. Look at that, 12 sacks allowed. Michael Roos allowed 9, but David Stewart, just 3 sacks allowed. Jake Scott, just 3 sacks allowed. And then, Mawe played 7 games, but he did not finish, like, 2 or 3 of those games. But when he was playing, look at his run block rate. I mean, his run block rate was tied for best on the team. And then, because they have these in-depth stats here, in terms of guys who were, like, actually on the field for a significant amount of time playing offensive lineman, he was also our best pass blocker. When he played, he was great. He just didn't play much, and the run blocking, you can see it's just so much lower here. I mean, Scott was good, Mawe was good, but Leroy Harris, 76%. David Stewart wasn't good in the run blocking. Our left guard was terrible. Michael Roos, man, oh my goodness, was horrible. But we'll turn that over to defense, where I think our best players, we had 2 really big standout guys. Keith Bullock, 21 tackles for loss, 6 sacks, and an interception with 6 pass breakups. Kyle Vanden Bosch, 20 tackles for loss, 8 sacks. Each of them had 2 forced fumbles and a fumble recovery. And Vanden Bosch led the team with 64 pressures. Barry Booker, interesting year, 4 sacks and 50 pressures. So for a defensive tackle, we'll take that. Javon Curse, I mean, this dude, 3 sacks, but like he barely played. I don't even know how many times he got hurt, but it was a lot. As a whole, not a lot of other sack production. Interceptions, hey, I went and made a move. I traded like a 6th round pick for Shante Spencer. He comes out here and leads the team with 5 interceptions. I don't know if I really am like, asking him to be the future of this team in any way, because he only had 4 pass breakups. He had 2 forced fumbles, but he allowed 60% of passes on him, which was among guys who actually got attacked a lot. I mean, Michael Griffin was terrible in coverage. Oh my goodness. He was thrown at 57 times and allowed 466 yards, which is second most on that team. That was terrible. But, I mean, and that's for a safety, too. That's the thing. like a cornerback, you expect a little bit more allowed, but my goodness, Shante Spencer, though, most yards allowed on the team. You compare that to Cortland Finnegan, who allowed 15% less, 200 less yards, half the touchdowns. Like, yeah, Shante Spencer just got picks, which is better than nothing, but still not great. And then Rob Baronis at kicker, 14 of 19, but like I was sending him out there for some big time kicks. He missed one inside 50, which in this game I'll take that. Only one miss inside 50 yards is perfectly fine with me. And then the returning. So also you have missed assignments here. So how many times did a player mess up in a game? Nate Burleson and Nate Washington. Oh my goodness, they messed up 3 times a game on average. That means basically for a wide receiver, they essentially ran the wrong route 3 times each a game. Like as a quarterback, 3 times running the wrong route, 3 times run the wrong route, 1.5 times run the wrong route, 1 time run the wrong route, and then you can't even make the excuse with Justin Gage that he wasn't on the team. He wasn't a new acquisition. He'd been here, like he was here. I at least get it with Burleson and Washington. They were late additions, but Chris Johnson almost like 2 mess ups a game. Shante Spencer with 1. I mean, just a lot of mess ups. A lot of just like, I mean, just look at the full numbers. Like, imagine running the wrong route a combined like 150 times. Like, I think as a quarterback, it's just rough. Like, what do you do there? Take a quick look at the rest of the league. Tom Brady won MVP. We'll see what these MVP numbers looked like. 43 touchdowns, 15 picks. Yeah, that's a pretty strong season. Manning led the league in yards. Drew Brees leading the league in picks. Oh, no, he didn't. He had 22, but Troy Smith, my goodness. 3 touchdowns, 24 picks. Oh, no. So Vince Young, he threw 21, which was up there, but again, relative to era, 21 picks today would be like leading the league, but 21 picks back then, that's still top 10, but 35 for Tavares Jackson. Efficiency goes to guys like Peyton Manning, though. Completion percentage, again, this era, you know, like if you're getting close to 70%, like Brady, among guys who threw the ball a lot, like 67, 66%, if you get mid to high 60s, you're chilling. Running game. So Marshawn Lynch led the league in yards, 1,400 yards. Touchdowns, Ernest Graham, Marion Barber. Yeah, Vince Young was up here, though. 10 rushing touchdowns. So that puts him top 10, roughly. Yards per carry. Anybody? Ryan Grant averaged 5 yards a carry. That's actually kind of nuts. Adrian Peterson got hurt. Adrian Peterson was doing really well and got hurt. It's unfortunate for him. Receiving, leading receiver, Terrell Owens with 127 catches, 1,700 yards. I see some of these other guys. Reggie Bush with 100 catches on the season. Any surprise? How about an old 36-year-old Isaac Bruce? That's a bit of a surprising name. Touchdowns, Plaxico Burress. What is that? That's the dude who won Rookie of the Year. Will James. He had 28 catches, but he had 15 touchdowns. What is this season? What is that? I mean, this is nasty. This is disgusting. What was his highest? I don't even know what to think of a season like that. And then a look at defense. Jared Allen, 33 tackles for loss. Sean Merriman, Mr. Lights Out, 31 tackles for loss with 16 sacks. Is crazy. Him and Jared Allen really ran the league there. But defensive player of the year was actually Keith Rivers. What did Keith Rivers do? 5 forced fumbles, 5 deflection. I mean, a little bit of everything, but if you give him my vote for defensive player of the year, I mean, Mr. Lights Out might get it for me. I don't know. I mean, all of them had great seasons, but sack numbers here kind of falls off pretty quickly, but interceptions, Mike Vrabel at 9 picks. Okay. Darrelle Revis with 7. Cool. D'Angelo Hall up there. Charles Woodson, Ty Law, Cedric Griffin, Antoine Winfield, and Shante Spencer was there. Pass breakups. Cortland Finnegan. Look at Cortland Finnegan. Top 5 in pass breakups. Take that for sure. Anything else worthwhile? Pass, oh my goodness, Jared Allen, 98 hurries. Crazy. Missed tackles. We didn't have anybody up here. Cool. Big hits thrown out. Like, who allowed the most, like, this dude, oh my goodness. Yeah, so the most yards allowed was 770, but everybody else was below 600. So you could see, like, Shante Spencer allowing 550 roughly. Like, that's towards the bottom of the league. Like, that's a lot relative to what he should be. Which we expected, but that's the statistics here. Now, we get to really construct this staff in the way that we would like to. So, I didn't really upgrade the staff much, but we will do that because Jim Schwartz, I would like to stick around. I would like to have him here. Improved. He's got a lot of nice stuff here. Hard hitting, forced fumble, improved press. Yeah, improve the press. Disciplined routine. So learn and remember plays. So like that type of stuff, that type of continuity there is important. Interception trading, we could use that. We dropped a number of picks. Hard hitting, seminar. I think we'll also give him the film study. So, I mean, he's got a lot of skills. Like, we want to keep him around. Offensive coordinator, though, yeah, this dude's gone. I'll still, like, upgrade him just because he can get a job somewhere else. But special teams coordinator, his performance is low, which performance is really important. But, I mean, as you could see, you know, Rob Barones wasn't booting 60-yarders. His leg wasn't that strong for no reason. I think we keep the special teams coordinator. Quarterback coach, yeah, this dude's gone. Running back coach, he's gone. Wide receiver coach, does he have good enough skills? He has nothing here. Yeah, he's probably gone as well. Offensive line coach, I mean, Mike Munchak is a name. I don't know if he's the name that I'm trying to keep. But he does have... Actually, I think I'll keep Mike Munchak due to... Everything's like 4 out of 5, basically. Because, like, play calling isn't important. He's an offensive line coach. He's not calling plays. So linebacker coach, I mean, yeah, he's going to stay. Our linebackers were good. Our D-line coach, he performed... Like, our D-line performed well. He has no skills. Good learning development, good performance. I mean, he did enough to keep his job. Our trainer, he needs to go. GM needs to go. We'll get over here. So our GM evaluation, Mr. Johnny Paycheck here. Yeah, our team, total team talent, we're 30th. So I think we kind of overachieved. If we're the 30th most talented team and you know, we were able to not be, like, bottom barrel. Yeah, we'll get him out of here. Also, actually, now that has me wondering, our draft pick. Let's see where we finish draft pick-wise. 8, 9, 10th. We got the 10th pick. Okay, we can work with that. We can work with that for sure. If we would have lost that Texans game, we could have been, you know, a little bit higher, but 10th pick is fine. Offensive coordinator, yeah. They want us to keep him because we had the 14th ranked rushing offense. But you can see 26, 26, 26. We're firing him. That's not my dude. Now, Jim Schwartz, on the other hand, 13th against the pass, 13th points allowed, 12th rush defense, 6th total defense. Heck yeah, that's one heck of a coaching job, I feel like. And Schwartz will not quit either. Like I said before, coaches and coordinators, they can quit on you to go and take a job somewhere else. They want us to keep our quarterback coach. I mean, I can promote, but I'm obviously not promoting this dude. This dude was not helpful to me. Running back coach, 8th in rushing touchdowns, but a lot of those rushing touchdowns came from Vince Young. I don't know how much the running back coach really determines that, but you could see also, we were 14th in yards per carry, so as bad as Chris Johnson was, cumulatively as a team, we were pretty middle of the pack. I still want to fire them, though. those rushing numbers are, I feel like, very heavily inflated by what Vince Young was doing. Fred Graves, we are definitely letting him go. Mike Munchak, I do want to keep Munchak. 21st sacks allowed. He has some nice skills to him. I think we can develop him a bit. Linebacker coach. Yeah, 99 overall. Yeah, we want to keep him. And he does stick around. D-line coach. I mean, second yards per rush allowed. Like, we were stopping the run with not that much talent up front aside from literally just one player. I mean, we had Javon Curse on injury report every week. We had William Hayes, Barry Booker. I mean, it was just Kyle Vanden Bosch on the D-line. So he coached himself into retaining that job. DBs, 16th in picks, 13th overall pass defense. I don't care what the numbers say. We just weren't doing enough there. Maybe I'm being too harsh on him, but we have our special teams coordinator. We were second in punting, 15th field goal, 12th special. Okay, yeah, I mean, he's 97 overall too. We'll keep him. So we kept a couple of guys. And then trainer, we're firing our trainer. Dude. 24th in healthiness, basically. Like, you know, games missed. We were one of the more injured teams in terms of games missed. So we're going to see what opportunity we have to sign. GM is first, and usually they show the best guys first, but the best candidates are the ones you have to give up stuff for. So Gil Darnell is the highest overall GM. He's got some okay levels. He wants to be here, actually. So usually to get people here, you have to, like, give up control. The number one he's the number one in overall, but he's not maybe the number one, like, in potential. Like, this is a tough decision here, because if we pass on him, who knows if we'll get a better option. There's going to be lower overall guys, but maybe their things are, like, all level 5. This guy is the best right now, and he wants to be here. So I could hold out. I don't know. Is it like a red flag that he wants to be here? Like, you don't want the Texans job? The Texans job seems better. I think I'd maybe prefer the Texans job. The Niners lost everybody. You get a clean slate with the Niners. So his personality is commander. It is a little, like, also tough because you don't get to see what he has to offer. I'm playing with fire if I don't hire him, but there could be a better GM. Let's not hire him. I'm not gonna hire him. I'm gonna see what else there is. This could be a mistake. It might be a mistake. Riley Smythe, level 3, level 4, level 3, so pretty similar. Negative 10%. So he wants to be here. Okay, no, the Dolphins just give him permission to fire the staffs? Oh, you can have that. This dude, he's terrible. Might have sold here. This dude, terrible. Oh boy. This dude, he's terrible. This dude. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I think I might have sold. Somebody gotta have some potential here. Level 4 trade? Okay, I kind of sold him the GM, so we're going to get stuck with a stinky GM. Honestly, I didn't really care for that one guy. Kippy Brown, see, this is the top offensive coordinator. I'm not really interested. He's a 40 overall, so that's a little concerning. The offensive coordinator class is probably pretty weak then. We're probably going to have to try to see if we can hire maybe like a young mind here. Mr. Butch Millwood. I'm not going to hire him because this is the guy I hired in my last one. My Washington one, I hired him. So I'm not going to hire him just because, like, I already used him. He's like one of the college coaches, which is actually a goal, but John Ramsdale. And can I get like a young offensive mind? Can I get there was some reports floating down at the bottom of the screen. Brian Schottenheimer. You know? Brian Schottenheimer. I did say I wanted to run, I am running Schottenheimer offense. That is my playbook. You know, that makes sense. You know what? That makes sense. I think that just makes sense as a hire. I'm running Schottenheimer's offense, and let's hire a Schottenheimer. Yeah, let's do that. All right, well, go to quarterback coach, and Jim Caldwell is on another. This is what we're looking for. Jim Caldwell. 99 overall, level 5, everything. Heck yeah. He wants to be here, too. We're actually, like, it's funny that we're, like, such a desirable destination. James Saxton. He's good. I think I had him before. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I'm not getting him. He wants to go to Seattle. I could have given up a lot of stuff. Bishop Harris. No, Bishop Harris. Oh, my goodness, man. Level 5. Loyal. He's a loyal personality. Yeah. Yeah, we'll take that. Clyde Christensen, wide receiver coach. He's really good. Hey, man, I might not have gotten the GM, but I am nailing the staff here. Oh, my goodness. Look at that. I feel like that's just 3 for 3 on the positionals. Joel Collier. That's nice. Okay, that's nice. He's young, but he's got, he's a low overall, but he's got some nice, skill caps. All right, level 5 learning is nice. I don't know what else we need. We need a trainer. Trainer usually pops up last, though. Oh, wait, we hired a GM. They hired one for me. They hired a GM for me. Who'd they hire? Was it just like the top rated of free guy? Yeah, they just hired this dude. I mean, it's what... We're going to be looking for a new GM next year. He's not good. He has 1 skill, though. Small school insider. You know what? That's actually pretty useful. We'll take that. We're going to be looking for a new GM next year. This dude's just a fill-in. I didn't love the GMs. Getting a good one with, like, a high ceiling is important. You don't want to get a stinky GM long-term. So, it is what it is. Trainer. Aaron Lee. This is, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the dude we had with Washington as well. He was a god. Oh my goodness, this dude's better. Well, I haven't had him. Oh my goodness, what the heck? Negative 7%. Yeah, he doesn't want to be here. Yeah, the Patriots are going to get him. Yeah, okay, we couldn't compete with that. Negative 7 interest, that's sad. 90 overall? That's still really good. We'll take that if we can. We're going to have to give up some stuff here. I don't... No, they're too much. Alright, so we're not going to get a top flight trainer, it looks like, but 77 overall, level 4s. Doesn't want to be here. Okay, none of the trainers want to be here, though. Doctor. He's a doctor! A literal doctor! Rehabilitation, though, is terrible. Level 1? What kind of doctor are you? No, I don't know if I want you. It was... Oh, no. None of the trainers wanted to be here, so we just hired a random one? Alright, this is the tally here. I think we upgraded an offensive coordinator. I know the overall is lower, but Schottenheimer's a fit, a younger mind, a little bit more upside. Quarterback coach, humongous upgrade. Running back coach, I think humongous upgrade for long term. Wide receiver coach, pretty humongous upgrade. Offensive line or DB coach, pretty big upgrade. Overall's not there yet, but he has good ceiling. GM, Mr. Johnny Paycheck is going to the Niners. Lateral movements, and then we got a bum trainer. Yeah, so we downgraded at trainer, and GM, we're gonna fire this dude next year. So overall, I think it's a net positive, though, with all these other acquisitions. And at the end of the day, I'm the one making the roster decisions. So the GM will help, but I'm the one making the decisions. I'm the GM. And in a way, I am the one doing all that. So not to say it doesn't matter, but, you know, I'm the one doing the draft picks and everything. So the first real step you get in the offseason here is just kind of looking through the roster for some cap casualties. And I definitely think there's some moves that we could make to just free up some space, but we already have a decent amount. We have 42 million roughly in cap space, which is a pretty crazy amount. Not paying Albert Hainsworth helps out because that would have taken out a chunk of it, but I'm gonna look through the roster, just kind of see who we have as the highest paid right now. So Vince Young, Keith Bullock, Nate Burleson. Yeah, that is why they wanted to move off of Burleson. The Seahawks did when we traded for him. He has a pretty big contract, but since he has no bonus, we can cut him, and that's about $6 million we could save. So that's an easy one. Nick Harper, that's an easy cut. He's 34 years old, and he didn't even play much. Javon Curse, that's another $3 million. I mean, I know, team legend and all, but oh my goodness. We don't have to keep him. Fowler was a backup linebacker. He's actually got a bit of a penalty, so we'll kind of hold on to him. Justin Gage, unfortunately, is on a 3-year deal that requires, a bit of a penalty to get rid of him. Algie Crumpler, it's fine to hold on to him for now. Defensive tackle Tony Brown, $2 million freed up. So yeah, this team has a lot of not so ideal contracts that we just got off of, and I think we're all right. Vince Young is going to be kind of the determining factor here, because I think he is owed at least this next season to try to see what he can become with a little bit more support. But if he doesn't pan out, we're going to be stuck paying him quite a bit of money for another 2 years, with probably having to take a pretty big penalty if we want to get off of him. But then Bullock, Vanden Bosch, both on expiring deals, 30 plus. Stewart we locked up for a couple of years. Scott is locked up for a couple of years. We might cut Javon Curse, but we're not desperate for money, so I'll hold on to him for now. Next option we have, franchise tag. Considering the guys that we have on expiring deals, these are who we're letting walk to free agency. Nobody that we're... Actually, I just want to see real quick. Chris Wenke, how's your leg doing? Oh, he's healing, 26%. But, yeah, I mean, we're not losing anybody that's gonna hurt us. I could bring back Shante Spencer as, a backup, but obviously we're not gonna tag him. And then, Barry Booker was pretty solid for us, but, again, not, rushing to pay him any sort of big contracts. He wanted a pretty decent deal. So, I'll let everybody walk, and we'll just kind of move on. First draft info that we get here is the Senior Bowl. We also have some new goals here. They want us to acquire an 85 D tackle, an 85 outside linebacker, and an 85 end. So you can see 85 is kind of the threshold that this game uses to be yeah, this is a legit player. So they want us to go and add to that defense. And then the All-Star game at quarterback. I don't know what we're going to be looking for here, because we're not looking at the top guys. We're not spending our first-round pick on a quarterback, but there is a chance here that we can go and spend a mid to late round pick. We only get to scout one quarterback, so that's unfortunate. We'll go Russell Hart, and we get to do this for every position. So, running backs. Again, I don't think we're, in the market. Ozzie Jones was the big player that they were, hyping up. So, obviously got to get a look at Barry Sanders 2.0. But other than that, we'll go with some of these, again, mid-tier guys. A lot of fullbacks. So, this doesn't look like a very deep running back class when it comes to seniors. I'll go there, and then I guess we could look at Ben Flynn, just to see what he's got. Maybe he could be a second rounder, but even then, I don't know if I plan on spending that premium of a pick on a running back. Receiver, now this is where we would spend a premium pick, and this is where we have a little bit more info on these guys. Devontae Jordan, definitely going to look at him. Dallas Perry, Justin Brown, Marcus Dixon. You can see the player comps here. Not a lot of superstars out there, but tight end is also a need too, so I think I will look at the top tight end, and then big playability. Both of these guys look pretty identical, and then all three of these guys are very much the same. I'll go Ricky O'Neal, since he probably fits the scheme a little bit more. Offensive line, we're really needy for some left side guys, and maybe a center as well, with Mawe being 38 and on the verge of retirement, but we don't have a lot of info on these guys. So I'm not going to spend my first round pick on an offensive lineman. I don't plan to. Then the D-line, Marquis Seiko. I mean, I have to look. I have to look at Marquis Seiko. And we do need defensive line. Outside of Kyle Vanden Bosch, it's a pretty lonely room in there. So I want to go with one of these, like Dustin Lawrence. We'll go with one of them. Like, you don't want to just only scout the top tier guys. Want to get some other, because we have 2 second-round picks, remember. So I want to really prioritize getting that area late first round, early second round scouted. We can scout a lot of linebackers. 8 linebackers. Well, I guess we'll just scout all of them. I guess our GM likes linebackers. What about DBs? Are they like DBs? 3? Okay. So comps here. Nate Clemens, we'll take that. Shante Spencer comp. I mean, if we get a better Shante Spencer, maybe that's not so bad. Like, Asante Samuel, Charles Tillman. Yeah, this actually does first step speed man coverage. That helps.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and here's your Senior All-Star Game update. Alex Hurst, as I predicted, walked away with the Heisman this year and was expected to be the #1 overall pick in April's draft. That's until he dropped the bombshell that he's returning to school for his senior year and skipping the draft. That should shake up the draft boards. In All-Star Game practices this week, Marquise Aiko really started to make a case for being the #1 pick. He was dominant in individual drills and one-on-one matchups all week. Nobody could contain him. Another contender for the top spot has to be Florida State quarterback Joe Kane. Kane and Abel. Kane had a good week of practice, and he topped that off with an MVP performance in the All-Star Game on Saturday. We'll have to wait and see who takes the lead in the next few months, but I've got my own ideas how this is going to shake out.
So, no Alex Hurst in the draft, which is interesting. Kind of hurts us due to the fact that, that's one less guy in front of us that we wouldn't have had to worry about, due to the fact that we weren't going to take a quarterback, and, now kind of everyone gets pushed up. Kane gets pushed up. We might see one of these other guys go top 10 as well, but I guess hurts us a little bit. We get combine workouts, so for the scouting, we get combine workouts, so for the Senior Bowl, you get to learn a couple of stats for the seniors, get a little extra info on them, and then for the combine, you get to interview the players and learn about, like, personality traits and stuff like that. So, not, like, as important for the interviews, but still, like, it's good to know for, loyalty, contract negotiations, and stuff that are gonna, like, matter long term with the type of person, how angry they'll get at you, because there is, like, player status. Sometimes players will be a little unhappy with you. Yeah, Aaron Glenn doesn't like me. Dan Campbell doesn't like me. The former head coach. Algie Crumpler is actually not a fan of me. Our punter's retiring. And yeah, we have a couple of players who aren't a big fan of me, but... So it says... Okay, actually, this is important. It says retiring after this season. So this means that Mawe might be retiring now? Like, I don't know if that means, like, he's gonna play one more year and then retire, or if he's retiring now, since we're considering that the season maybe isn't over? I don't know. Whoa. The fastest running back is also one of the heaviest. 242 pounds, 5'9", running a 4.3. with 27 reps on the bench. Huh. Give me a look at that guy. I like restricted free agency. It's a bit of fun. It's a little added twist here. But Stephen Tulloch is a restricted free agent. He's not going to be getting much offers probably. So he was a 4th round pick. We can tender him at a level 1. If anybody wants to sign him, we would get a 4th round pick, but I doubt anybody wants to sign him. We'll give him a level 1 tender. And then also free agency preview. So here is what the class is going to be looking like. You can look at the class for the next, 7 years, or 6 years. Running back, a lot of old running backs. And then you got one young guy. Receiver, restricted free agent Brandon Marshall, and restricted free agent Marquise Colston. So in order to sign these guys, we'd probably have to give up a 1st round pick. It's basically like a sign and trade. I'm not going to probably give up a 1st round pick to do that, but we'll have to look elsewhere. And unfortunately, the rest of this receiver class is less than ideal. Meaning the draft is going to be really important. I don't love these options. Jabbar Gaffney. Mushin Muhammad, maybe. For a 1-year rental. Tight end, Algie Crumpler was better than all but just Ben Watson. Left tackle, left guard, Logan Mankins, unrestricted. There's something. Jeff Saturday, unrestricted, but he's 33. Right line. Defensive end, they want us to sign an 85 overall left end, I believe it was. Yeah, there's none here. Or a right end. They want us to sign an 85 plus D tackle. There are none here. Barry Booker's the 3rd best one. So you can see Albert Hainsworth, I think he got tagged. So Hainsworth is going to not hit the open market. They want us to sign an 85 plus left outside linebacker or, trade for one, acquire one. And there's none that are 85 plus. Ray Lewis is an unrestricted free agent. I don't anticipate going after him, but Terrell Suggs sitting there is interesting. Carlos Dansby as well. Cornerback, I definitely could see myself making a move. Maybe Quentin Jammer? Maybe. And then safety, Rodney Harrison at 36. Kerry Rhodes, the good one. Safety isn't a big need for us relative to our other positions, but Kerry Rhodes, 26, 88 overall, is one of the best, not old players. I don't know. I don't love the free agency class.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and here's your Combine update. Scouts descended on Indianapolis this week, and the general buzz centered around a few players. Cal defensive end Marquise Aiko declined to work out, and I was told by his agent that Aiko is still recovering from postseason knee surgery. That could scare off a few teams, it usually does. Alabama's Freddie Bates had a terrible week, slipping on his first 40 attempt and then clocking a poor 4.97 on his second. That could devastate his draft stock. One player that helped his stock this week was Penn State running back A.J. Bishop. He ran a 4.32 and looked very sharp in his workouts. He's got all the tools, but the questions still remain about his work ethic.
Well, that wasn't a very encouraging update. Aiko is injured, A.J. Bishop has work ethic issues, and then I have 40k points to spend. So I'm going to get a little bit of performance here. And then running back increases player stats that relate to the running game. I could just go all in on run game discipline. Run blocking discipline as well. That would probably help. Do I just send it? I've never sent it on one tree playing this game. I usually will spread the wealth around and maybe focus quarterback. I've never just sent it like this though. Yeah, let's shake it. Let's do something different. Let's just send it. Run game discipline. I want to run the ball and I want to run it better. So heading into free agency, we have about $50 million. And then with our draft picks, we have the 10th, 42nd, 49th. I thought the Ravens ended up finishing strong, so that pick ended up being not as good as I would have hoped. And then we have a lot of day 3 stuff. And then trades unlock right at the start of free agency. Yeah, right here.
The draft preview. I put together my first mock draft today, and I'm telling you, this is the most talented class I've seen in years. When it's all said and done, I could give 4 or 5 players a ticket right now to Canton. It's a special group. There are 3 players in this class worthy of the #1 overall pick. Oklahoma State running back Ozzie Jones, Florida State quarterback Joe Kane, and UCF tackle Jamarcus Boone. This is the year to have a top 10 pick. You are getting a star player at the top of the board, a guy that's going to come in and play right away and be a Pro Bowl player for several years.
All right, before we look at any more trades, let's look at the mock draft because that's pretty important. The Eagles. How'd the Eagles get the #1 pick? Now, hold on a second. Wait, no, wait. No, there's something going on here. What did I miss? Can you see? Because the Eagles just, in case you okay. Well, first, we'll see where Ray Lewis is going. The Eagles won the Super Bowl. How'd the Eagles get the #1 pick? They won the Super Bowl. Ray Lewis is going to the Cowboys. I'm sure everybody would love that. Okay, the best way I can look at it is this to show you. Super Bowl wins. Yeah, see, they won the Super Bowl. They beat the Patriots. Yeah, they beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl. So, can I see if they made a trade? How far back can I see that? What happened? Who had the #1 pick and traded it? The Panthers. Okay, guys, I did some investigating. This was a real-life trade. Oh, that's disgusting. Okay. So the Eagles traded their first-round pick in 2008 to the Panthers, which was the 19th pick. They selected Jeff Oda at tackle. They traded to the Panthers for a second-round pick, a fourth-round pick, and the next year's first. Oh. Oh, poor Panthers. And then the Panthers, in real life, that pick ended up being the 28th overall pick, and they traded it to the Bills. So, not so consequential. But in the game, it's the #1 pick. So your Super Bowl champion Eagles, who outscored their opponents by 200 points already last season, also have the #1 pick and could take Marquise Aiko. And I would imagine they also have, their own pick as well. Oh, that is disgusting. Well, good thing we're not in the NFC. Good thing we're not in the Washington franchise anymore. Oh my goodness, that would have been brutal. So here is what we're looking at for the draft. Aiko is still projected to go #1 despite injury. Jamarcus Boone looks to be just amazing. Carl Dixon at cornerback. The 2 quarterbacks here. The 2 wide receivers are projected to go a little bit higher. And then we are projected to take a left tackle, A.J. Bishop, 1 pick before us. And then right after us, we got Mr. Wright. Cornerback, Ozzie Jones at 24. It's interesting that Ozzie Jones isn't higher. Oh my goodness. I'm looking at who to trade for here, and I mean, we need an 85 end, and I really like Tamba Hali. I really liked Tamba Hali when he was in Kansas City, so I think it's worth giving it a try. He's an 85 plus, which is what we need. And I don't know what the price would be. That's a pretty steep price. They want Lendale White and a second. Lendale White a fourth and a fifth. We'd have to give up Lendale White. But that's not... Like, Lendale White played solid, but... I think we could do this. Lendale White a third and a fifth. Lendale White a second. This is where we're getting a little scary, though. The 10th overall pick straight up. Because Lendale White's overall, the reason his overall is so low is because our archetype for running back is on speed for Chris Johnson. But obviously, he's a much higher overall than a 73. He just doesn't fit the archetype that we have. Man. I think we sit on this. We come back to that. We have Vince Wilfork sitting in free agency. I edited some of my philosophies to better fit what I'm looking for here. Vince Wilfork is a 90 overall. He wants a lot of money, though. He wants like 10 plus million a year. I wasn't willing to pay Albert Hainsworth like 15 million or 14 million a year. I don't know if I'd be willing to pay Vince Wilfork 10 million a year. It's less money, less years, but still, it's quite a lot for Vince. But, I mean, the run defense would be nuts. Please just don't go to the Texans. He went to the Texans in real life, but please not here. Texans 10 mil, Chiefs, they're going over the 10 mil mark. They're going to go into 11 mil for him. 11 million to the Texans. The Texans paid a heavy price for Vince Wilfork, and now we got to face him twice a year. Let's go after a different Patriot, though. How about Logan Mankins? This is the big free agent that I'm kind of looking at to fill in the left guard position, and the Texans want him too. Texans, how much money do you guys have? I mean, we could afford these two, but yeah, we're not letting him go to the Texans as well. We're not letting them build the Patriots all over again. We have put together a big-time free agent signing. Logan Mankins, 92 overall, 26 years old. One of the few relatively young, great free agents available. We had a lot of money in cap space, so why not spend it, and spend it, I think, pretty well on the offensive line. The left side of the offensive line especially was really bad. So that's big. Brandon Marshall restricted free agency. It would take a first and a third to get him. I love Brandon Marshall. Like, he was one of my favorite wide receivers. The contract, 5 years and $32 million, is awesome. I don't want to give up a first and a third, though. That's just too much. And the Buccaneers are going to do it. The Buccaneers have given up a first and a third round pick for Brandon Marshall. They are psychos, but good on them. Michael Boley. I think we gotta. No one wants him. Okay? No one wants Michael Boley. Not a flashy signing, but we needed the 85 plus outside linebacker. And in general, we need a lot of linebacker help because we also need a middle. And Boley, can I get him on a low bonus? I'd like to get him on a low bonus. I'm not like attached to him super long term. Cool. And then upgrade linebacker complete. Marquise Colston. A first and a third for Marquise Colston. Nobody wants to give that up. That is fair. Kerry Rhodes. Man, he's another one of the good young players. He's got a lot. Half the league wants him. Which means I think he'll get maybe overpaid for. I'm interested to see, though. Cutting it down. Dolphins for a little over market price. Quentin Jammer. We need cornerback help pretty badly. I think for a short-term piece to help us out, Quentin Jammer should be pretty good for us. We're making a lot of acquisitions on defense, even though the defense was relatively solid. But hey, if Jim Schwartz was able to make everything work with the pieces that we had last year, imagine what he could do with Quentin Jammer and, you know, getting Michael Boley in there, and we're going to try to bring in another defensive lineman. So we get to next draft thing, which is pro days. And I love the pro days. I love that this is a thing, and I would just love if Madden had any ounce of, like, comparison for the level of depth in the draft. You get to go to the pro days, you get the info on them, and, you know, you get to get a lot of scouting on a lot of players in the class. And maybe it's time to finally make a move on offense. This is a pretty decent contract. Muhsin Muhammad, a 1-year deal. That's probably all I would have wanted. So, I mean, this is a 10,000-plus yard wide receiver here. And while we do plan to draft a receiver, we need a complete overhaul. We need 3 guys. We need a lot. I'm willing to overpay a little bit since it is just a 1-year deal. Like, you get out of here, guys. I'll overpay a little bit. It's a 1-year deal. It's a Band-Aid, but a pretty dang good one for a guy who, I mean, not enough memories of how good Muhsin Muhammad was. Let's take a peek here. What did he do last year? So, 86 overall with 86 potential. Obviously, not going to get that much better, but I mean, you can see he had multiple 1,000-yard seasons in Carolina, went to Chicago, had a pretty okay time, but, you know, more so just a very steady, long-term wide receiver. You can see in his 3 best years here, you know, just 90-plus catches, a guy who you can always just kind of funnel the ball to. I'm not going to show you all the pro days because there's you get to attend 25 pro days. So, I mean, it is going to get a little repetitive to just, you know, show you who I'm picking. But if a good pro day pops up and, like, you know, there's some notable players, I'll show you. So, Elvis Dumervil is a restricted free agent. There is your big dilemma here. I wanted Elvis Dumervil to pop up. I wanted to see what the compensation looks like. He is a 2nd-round pick, which I'm going to be honest, I'll pass. I wanted to see what it looked like for Dumervil. I'm going to pass on that. I was working the phones trying to just find something, and I just keep coming back to this. Lendale White. And did the price go? I think the price might have went up. I feel like it was a little bit better before. Lendale White in 2/4, though. Like, that feels like a good deal to do. I do not think we need Lendale White on this team, like, long term. I know he's still young, but we have a couple of extra day 3 picks to throw around, so I really want Tamba Hali on this team. They literally will take Lendale White in 2/4. A 4th this year and a 4th next year. We could do 2/4 this year, maybe. I feel like this is a good deal. Especially with some of the other packages. They really, like, want Lendale White. To trade him for Tamba Hali, we'll take it. That's a pretty big trade, I feel like. Tamba Hali has been traded to the Tennessee Titans. And we are really excited about this D-line now with him and Kyle Vanden Bosch. Coming off a 15-sack season. And you can see he's still got some room to grow here. I mean, he maybe won't be like a superstar, but we didn't trade superstar resources to get him. So you put together a D-line of Tamba Hali, Kyle Vanden Bosch. We still need to figure out D-tackle, but we'll do that. Michael Boley, we'll figure out linebacker. Keith Bulluck, Quentin Jammer, Cortland Finnegan, Michael Griffin. Now that a lot of the big free agents have kind of left the pool here, there's still like an occasional big one. We also have to get a couple of like role players, depth pieces, smaller guys. And here's one for maybe like a last resort number 3 corner. Corey Webster. You know, we brought in Quentin Jammer. We got Cortland Finnegan. We only have 2 corners on the roster. I do plan on drafting somebody, but it wouldn't be bad to get some sort of veteran in the building. 2-year deal, just, you know, $2.8 million. Pretty simple contract, but we'll pay that easily. As we approach the draft, getting a little bit closer, we have individual workouts, so this is where you get the ultimate information. You get to know the potential of the players, and the potential is completely a reflection of what their potential overall is going to be in your system. So just because someone has a low potential doesn't mean they're a bad player, just means that they don't fit what you want. So the players have a lot of abilities to be good in half the teams, and then, you know, they could stink for me. But, you know, quarterback is not a place we're looking. Running back, yeah, we can't go there. Which leaves us like at wide receiver. This dude, Kamian Walker, he is the number 1 wide receiver. He has no weaknesses, apparently, and he's comped to Larry Fitzgerald, which is perfect for what we need. He is 6'4", 229. Our archetype is a big body, physical, red zone threat type of wide receiver. And to add on to that, he's got 96 speed. He's a healthy player. I don't know if we're going to be able to get him because he's projected to go a little bit higher than where we're picking. But I have to know what he has got working. Like, is the potential high enough to maybe warrant a trade up? Our biggest need right now is defensive tackle. We know Jamarcus Boone and DeAndre Rowe are up there, are monsters. Jamarcus Boone is projected to be the number 2 pick in the draft. I don't know where DeAndre Rowe is currently residing in terms of projection. He is maybe gettable, which means I think I want to look at him just in case, like, because it's very likely we could pick DeAndre Rowe in the first round. I think of the guys that interest me, Perry Abernathy, 98 speed compared to Asante Samuel speed. Zone coverage is a plus, but man coverage is not a minus. 88 learning. Learning is a pretty important stat, so I'm going to go with Perry Abernathy. And we have yet to bring in a defensive tackle late in free agency. I think it's important to bring in a, serviceable player. And Johnny Jolly will be the one we bring in on a short 2-year contract. A player I just keep coming back to. Mr. Wright just looks so cool, man. He's just sick. 97 hit power, 90 pursuit, 81 block shed, 86 speed, 91 excel, 91 strength. I mean, he's such a good player. I want to see what else he's got. Linebacker isn't at the top of the list, since while we do need a middle linebacker, we have 2 good guys.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and this is another draft update. I just returned from Berkeley, where scouts finally were able to get a look at defensive end Marquise Aiko after an injury-plagued spring. Aiko looked good, but it was obvious that he was favoring his right leg. He also seemed to tweak his ankle at the end of the workout, putting his ability to attend individual workouts in jeopardy. Aiko and his ankle. What's next?
This dude, Marquise Aiko, is just a big question mark right now with his injuries. He wasn't able to attend the combine, so you weren't able to get info on him there. He isn't able to be an individual workout, so taking him is a big risk, it feels like, and maybe he won't be the number 1 overall pick. I think I am going to use my next scouting on Kerry Williams. I don't know his learning. I know his man coverage is 76, so he's pretty balanced in man and zone. I want to see what the potential looks like. How high can that man coverage go? I think is going to be important for us to find out. I'm going to use the next one. I think the logical thing to do I want to know what Freddie Bates is all about. Also, it's really interesting that his NFL comparison is just none. Like, we have him scouted enough to know what his comparison would be, and he just doesn't have one. I think, depending on how good Freddie Bates is, he's a little bit further down. He's actually projected to be like a second-round pick, early second, late first. Maybe there's something there for us, where we can, you know, take somebody else first round, maybe knock out Mr. Right from the consideration, take another player, and then go back, maybe trade up early in the second if we think he's good enough.
Schefter of NFL Network, and this is another draft update. Well, pro days are done, and we're on to the individual workouts. Marquise Aco continues to be bitten by the injury bug as he was unable to work out because of a sprained ankle he suffered during his pro day. UCF tackle Jamarcus Boone has been on a whirlwind tour over the past few weeks, working out for no less than 10 NFL teams. Every team has tried to find a way to bring in Barry Sanders clone Ozzie Jones, even if it doesn't have a top 10 pick. Scouts just want to get a glimpse of his freakish talent, and you can understand why. Anybody that reminds you of Barry Sanders is a player that every team wants.
It is just really interesting, because Ozzie Jones kind of feels like maybe just a straight up best player in this class, but he's not RB1 in the projections, which is really interesting. So from here on out, it's just a lot of low-end free agents, and then we'll be on to the draft. I'll see if there's anybody I'm interested in signing. If so, you'll see it. If not, though, we'll be on to the draft. Hey guys, we ran into a new issue as well. This just kind of randomly happened. Yeah, Kevin Mawe retired. I said that because we seen that he was going to retire after the season. I didn't know if that meant after next season or after this season. Well, apparently that was after this season, and yeah, he's gone. That's understandable. Our punter also retired, which that's not the end of the world, but yeah, we're without a center now, so you know, that's also going to be a priority for us to figure out. It is time for the best part of the offseason, the draft. And this is a very, very important draft for us. It's a very important draft, as we will enter the war room. And on the clock, the Eagles, Super Bowl champions. And it says Super Bowl championships none, but they literally won it this year. I don't know. This is the Super Bowl champions. They have the first and the last pick, and I obviously don't think we're going to be able to trade up. We won't be able to. We don't even get an offer. That's part of this. You don't even get a chance sometimes to move up, even if you want to. So with the number 1 overall pick, the Philadelphia Eagles will select... They go DeAndre Rowe. That's really interesting. Rowe was someone who's projected to go, like, roughly around the top 10. I scouted him because I thought we'd have a chance at him. Boone doesn't go at the top. Aco, understandably, doesn't go at the top due to the injuries. But, man, that throws a wrench in our plans already. Pick number 1. All right, Washington's on the board. Pick number 2.
Jamarcus Boone is a defensive tackle out of the University of Central Florida. There hasn't been this much hype about a player from UCF since Dante Culpepper. Boone can beat you in a variety of ways. He doesn't have any one particular strength, but he's very solid against the run, very good in the pass rush, and is really just an overall solid player. Boone was a very respected player at UCF and a unanimous All-American selection over the past 2 years. The junior wisely decided to pass up his senior year for a chance to be the top pick in this year's draft and make all the big money.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Washington going and snagging maybe the best player. So you can see the draft board. Marquise Aco is down here at 15, so maybe a bit of a fall off for a guy who has 91 speed, 92 strength compared to Michael Strahan. But the injuries, we don't have we don't have a physical profile on Harry Abernathy. You could see here, 92 potential on Abernathy, 89 on Mr. Wright. How about this, though? Camion Walker. Oh my goodness, 94 potential. I don't think I'm going to be able to get him, but man, would it be cool. Kerry Williams, not really someone we're looking at. 86 potential, not a first rounder for us. And then Freddie Bates, 89 potential for a second round guy potentially is really nice. We go to the third pick. San Francisco. There is trade up options. We could trade up. It would just cost us our first and second and another first. Maybe you can get away with like Algie Crumpler and another second. We can't be giving up a lot though. They go with the tight end. And Danny Carey is so good. Another player we were looking at, another player we thought wouldn't go that high, and he does. So that's brutal. So we'll let the Dolphins pick at number 4.
Marquise Aiko is a very active and aggressive pass rusher out of the University of California. The 6'2 senior has excellent strength, speed, and acceleration off the line. He led all of college football last year with 22 sacks, and he was a unanimous All-American selection on the defensive line. I have him listed as the second best overall lineman and player in this draft behind Jamarcus Boone. With this kid's work ethic, he has the potential to be the best player in this draft. Aiko had some knee injuries in college, and he had to sit out a few individual workouts because of his ankle. But these should not be career-threatening injuries, and this guy should come in and be a great player in the NFL.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one. Number 4 goes Aiko. Pick number 5. Trade offers. So it is interesting that we do have like options to move up, but again, we're not going to give up premium draft picks to move up. I'm just seeing if any good deals pop up. At number 5, Detroit Lions.
All Joe Kane does is win games, and he won a lot of them in college. Kane took Florida State to 3 straight January Bowls while throwing an astounding 94 career touchdown passes, what is a school record. Kane has all the tools you want in a franchise quarterback. He's 6'5", 227 pounds, with a very strong arm and polished mechanics. His coaches told me they've never seen a quarterback with command in the huddle that Kane has. He could start for this team as a rookie if they needed him to. He's that ready for the NFL. He's got all the measurables, and it looks like he might get his chance too.
Puts the Falcons at number 6. Camion Walker's the guy that we are really high. He's the highest potential player on our board, what it looks like. He looks perfect for what we want at wide receiver. He's projected to be the 6th. He's number 6 on the board. This is the 6th pick. I just can't justify giving up I can't justify giving up a next year first to move up this little. I know Walker's good. We're just going to have to let it ride.
How can you argue this pick? Devontae Jordan is a track star turned wide receiver at a Notre Dame that might be the fastest player in the NFL next year. He was clocked at a 4.19 at the Combine in February, and that's a crazy time, and I heard some scouts whispering that they clocked him even at a 4.18, even harder to believe. He has decent hands for such a fast guy, and he can go up and get the ball at its highest point. Jordan would be an elite prospect except for 2 issues. 1, he can't get off the line when pressed to save his life, and 2, he's going to spend most of his career in the training room. The guy just can't seem to get out of there. He missed all or part of the last 4 seasons, and he seems to get hurt every time he's popped. Guy is so fragile, but if he stays healthy, he could be dangerous. But that's a big if he stays healthy.
Well, that's a bold pick to pick Devontae Jordan, an injury-prone receiver, as the next pick comes in. The Raiders at 7 go Corey Bird, the other quarterback. I didn't even advance it. They just made that pick on their own. But man, now we're at number 8. Is a trade possible? Is a trade feasible, the Browns want to trade down, which means if a team wants to trade down, they're willing to trade for less. Like, they're willing to make a more favorable offer. Second and a fourth. I still don't want to give up this. I mean, a first next year with our second and third. Like, this is still pretty big to give up, like, a second round pick just to move up 2 spots. Like, literally, this would be the trade. I know we have 2 seconds, but these picks are so valuable for us. We need more than just a player. But also, there's not going to be another wide receiver on the board that's as good as Camion Walker. I don't want any of our players either, which is brutal. 10th, 3rd, and 6th. I don't think they'd take that, though. That's the thing. Like, I would do this. Okay. Okay. They didn't even hesitate. It took a 3rd rounder next year. But we gotta do it. Camion Walker. How about a Larry Fitzgerald comp? And if there was ever a instance in which we need to determine, is Vince Young the guy? Is Vince Young the quarterback? Let's go to Colorado and take Camion Walker.
Camion Walker is a very dangerous receiver that set records his senior year in Boulder at Colorado. He has blazing speed, and his ability to run by defenders has him ranked in my top 10. And speed isn't the only thing he brings to the table. He's got the best hands in this draft, too. It's almost like there's Velcro on them. He's a big target at 6'4", 229 pounds, and he's tough to bring down, which is one of the reasons why this team drafted him. I have a feeling that we'll see this kid in Canton in 15 years if he stays healthy.
I cannot believe they just accepted that. A 3rd next year. It hurts to give up a 3rd next year. I think we can recoup that, but man, we got our guy. We needed an elite wide receiver. Yeah, we could have maybe went Mr. Right. We could have went with one of the corners. I don't think anybody on the board, though, was more interesting, though, and more needed than a potentially elite wide receiver, especially one that fits our scheme. It is harder to find physical, bigger body wide receivers. It's just harder to do that. And we found the biggest bodied, most physical, best hands receiver we could have possibly found. It is a perfect fit. Now we go and wait for our 2nd round picks, but until then, I imagine there's going to be a lot of big other players taken here. Guys like Ozzie Jones taken. But it's not Ozzie Jones is the first running back. Alex Ellis, who wasn't talked about at all as a draft story. AJ Bishop was talked about. Ozzie Jones was talked about. But Alex Ellis is the first running back off the board, which I think is probably going to go down as a mistake. The Browns wanted to trade down the first time around. They do not want to trade down this time around, so they want to make a pick here at number 10. And they take a safety. They go Drew Goddard as the Jets at number 11. Wide receiver, Justin Brown out of Indiana. Cardinals at 12.
I can honestly say I've never seen a player that resembles Mr. Right. No, you didn't hear me wrong. His name is Mr. Right. Wright can play any position on defense, and he plays them all well. Think Adalius Thomas with the speed of Randy Moss. I'm serious. This guy can do everything on the defensive side. Wright led Oregon to a winning season last year, picked off 9 passes, and sacked the opposing quarterbacks 14 times. All I can say is, this pick was a no-brainer.
If I'm being honest, if we would have been stuck picking at 10 and Camion Walker was gone, I think I would have picked Mr. Right. 1, because he's sick as heck. 2, his name is Mr. Right. I mean, I don't know what the future will look like for him, but I hope that we eventually get to have this dude on our team. He is so cool, man. This is the coolest defensive player, maybe front seven player that I have seen in this game. He's so cool. Vikings, number 13. They go wide receiver as well, so a lot of receivers going off the board. We really kind of got in at a right time because right as soon as we go and take Williams, 2 other receivers come off the board in the next couple of picks. Jaguars, 14.
Carl Dixon shows very good instincts and route awareness. He closes the cushion on underneath routes very well. He possesses very good zone techniques and can bump and reroute receivers. He also has a good feel in the cover 2 where he keeps good depth and shows a burst to get to the sideline. He's a selective tackler and doesn't play as physical as he could at times. In other words, he doesn't really like contact too much. But in man coverage, he's notoriously known for biting hard on double moves, and he doesn't have top speed and burst for the position. A lot of scouts only see marginal upside for this kid, and you could see why. I think he could eventually work his way up the depth chart, but that's not going to happen for a few more years.
For a first-round pick, remember, he's also a 25-year-old corner. Have fun, Jacksonville. Chargers at 15. They go defensive tackle. And Harry Boast out of Oregon, 16. We still have yet to see the key players. Ozzie Jones has not been selected. A.J. Bishop has not been selected. This left tackle was who we were projected to take. Doesn't look crazy, but he hasn't been selected. Abernathy, who I think is awesome, hasn't been picked. So those are the key guys. Also, we're keeping an eye on Freddie Bates as well. So I don't think any of the big guys are going to fall, but I think it'll be interesting to see.
A.J. Bishop is your classic example of a boom or bust prospect. When his game is on, he's simply unstoppable. He has an amazing combination of top speed, initial burst, upper body strength to break tackles, and receiver-esque hands. He has future Pro Bowler written all over him, except for one thing. He suffers from severe lapses of concentration, which leads to very inconsistent play. Also, his poise sometimes seems like it's non-existent. A.J. Bishop is definitely the biggest gamble in this year's draft.
Could have fallen even further. I'm intrigued in him, and we'll get to see him twice a year as he's going to the Texans, so that's going to be really fun. I think Jacksonville kind of swung and missed. I think Houston, like I said, like Schefter said, that's boom or bust. We'll see what the Colts end up doing, but our division has loaded up so far. Ravens at 17. This is an interesting team because we have their second-round pick. They franchise tagged Albert Haynesworth. We also have their fourth-round pick because of the Kerry Collins trade, so they don't have a lot of ammo here. But what are they going to get with Albert Haynesworth from us and now the 17th pick? Wide receiver. And they go with Marcus Dixon out of Minnesota. And now the Broncos at 18. Another wide receiver. A lot of receivers going. He is 6'7". Why did I not see that? In the world? What in the world is that? Oh my goodness. I would have liked a draft story on him. All right, Rams, 19. They go to cornerback, and it's not the guy we like. Saints at 20. I mean, I guess a trade up. I mean, if the right offer pops up, Algie Crumpler in our second, like, I would do that. I don't think they'd take that, but there has been a decent amount of teams interested in Algie Crumpler. Yeah, I don't want to give up a second and a third. If I could give up a second in Algie Crumpler to move up 22 spots. Also Chris Hope. Hey, hold on a second. Chris Hope, Algie Crumpler in a fourth? I'll just see what this... I don't think we're going to be able to make this work, but how sick would it be to be that aggressive? Add a seventh to it. Yeah, he's not even... Sean Payton ain't even happy with this at all. This would be kind of sick. He wants first next year. I don't want to give up extra day 3 picks because this is all I got here. This is all I got. Yeah, all right. It was worth a try. And they go with a running back.
Cavario Allen is a dangerous player because he can beat you in so many aspects of the game. He's a dangerous return man. He returned 3 kicks for touchdowns last year and finished the season with over 2,000 all-purpose yards. He can catch the ball out of the backfield, and last but not least, he's a very good running back. He has 4.4 speed, he breaks a lot of tackles, and he flat out makes defenders miss. This is a great pickup of the most complete running back in the draft.
For the Saints and Sean Payton, that's a very seamless fit. I am stunned, though. Ozzie Jones is falling. And look at his stats. 99 elusiveness, 99 spin, 99 juke, 99 excel, 99 speed, 99 agility. We have Chris Johnson, but dude. Like, this dude's a god. And there's been like 4 running backs taken. And the next pick is in. Steelers go D-end. We're not going to be able to make a trade. Packers, will they select him?
Karan Lawrence is a star in the making out of Notre Dame. The 6'4 junior has ridiculous speed. I'm talking this guy ran in the 4.4 range during pre-draft workouts. This kid is very good at coming around the corner and getting to the quarterback, and he forces a lot of fumbles. He's not amazing against the run, but he's super productive rushing the passer. With his potential, Lawrence is expected to come right in, right away, and be an immediate contributor. I know that these guys were looking for a player with speed, and they got their man with Karan Lawrence.
The Eagles have traded up. Oh, no. No. No way. Okay, they go left tackle. Okay, so this is before the Eagles got Jason Peters. Jason Peters is on the Bills, so they still needed a left tackle around this time. Makes sense. How terrifying would it have been? Seahawks at 24, and they don't want Algie Crumpler that bad, it feels like. Gonna have to let it ride. Seahawks, this is pre-Marshawn Lynch. They need a running back, probably.
Ozzie Jones reminds many of another running back out of Oklahoma State who turned out to be one of the best ever, and you all remember him. Ozzie's listed at 5'7", 190 pounds, but he may be even shorter than that. I know when I stood next to him, I was taller. He's very fast and agile, and he has great hands coming out of the backfield. This guy can really make you miss. He's a big home run threat. He had 24 carries for more than 20 yards last season, and he can find the end zone between the tackles or as a return man. I know some teams question this kid's durability to play every down, but I think he's got enough talent to be worth this pick. Hey, anytime you're compared to Barry Sanders, you know that you've got to be pretty good.
So, the reason he falls is just due to how little he is and how durable he could hold up at 5'7". This is quite the opposite of Marshawn Lynch, but man, if we were doing a team that didn't have Chris Johnson, even still with Chris Johnson, that would have just been a fun duo. Giants at 25, and they go to the cornerback. Our guy Abernathy is still there. This is crazy. He's the #1 player on the board, and he's got 92 potential for us. Like, I want him. I want him on this team. And the Bills, they're not interested in any players. How much? 2 seconds and a third? Like, I'm not... Like, this is just too much to give. It's just too much. It's just too much. I can't be dumb here. I need quantity and quality. And they take Abernathy. That's so unfortunate. We didn't have any players that teams were interested in. And Perry Abernathy is going to Buffalo. Next pick is Philip Jackson. Colts. They go Kerry Williams. So, division rivals. 2 cornerbacks selected maybe to go and stop Walker. but neither cornerback exactly scares me. AJ Bishop is maybe the scariest person that got drafted in our division. Bengals at 29. I'm really only interested now in moving up if they have interest in any of our players. Olsen at 29. Cowboys at 30. They're interested in Nate Washington a little bit. I don't think that's going to carry enough weight, though. Yeah, that's not going to do much. Cowboys, 30. Warren, quarterback. Interesting. Guess Tony Romo is... They just made the conference championship, though. Why would you take a quarterback? Patriots at 31. They love trading down. Shante Spencer, they have some interest in. They have interest in Chris Hope. Second next to... If it's second... This could happen. Like, yeah, second in Chris Hope. I just don't care about Chris Hope. I know he's like a starting safety for us. He's just not. I just don't care that much. Cool. We'll take that. We will move up 11 spots.
I suggest we get this kid.
I think Chris Hope is super replaceable. We have trade down options.
They're looking to trade up.
I mean, are the trade down options good? Like, what do you mean, Patriots? You just want to scam us? The Patriots said, we'll take Chris Hope. We'll give you your pick back, but we'll give you a 7th attached to it. Yeah, the trade downs. The Bengals are actually not that bad, but we made this trade for a reason. We need a middle linebacker, and there's a very good one on the board here by the name of Freddie Bates out of Alabama. 89 potential, but I do think he has even more because he is a good coverage player. I think if we switched our thing to let him be a more coverage player rather than a blitzer, I think he could be even higher than that.
Freddie Bates graduated from Alabama as the SEC's all-time leading tackler, so you know the kid is tough. He plays with great leverage on the field, he's very strong, and he's extremely poised. Overall, he's a very solid leader who a lot of players look up to in the locker room. He's only an average athlete, but he's a fierce competitor who I expect to do big things at the next level for this team. The biggest knock on Bates has to be his combine performance where he ran a 4.97. But throw out the measurables. So often the scouts take them too much into consideration. This kid, trust me, is a football player.
And yeah, it's not always about the athleticism here. The report was also earlier that like he slipped on his first attempt and then messed up his second attempt. So him kind of, embarrassing himself a little bit at the 40 time works to our benefit because this is probably a player that I think is better than the 31st player in the class. And at the very least, hey, we got ourselves a leader on defense. We could use that, a young leader on defense. And with the final pick of the first round, the Kansas City Chiefs, who traded down with the Eagles, are going to select cornerback. So we'll get to our second round pick. And then if there's any draft stories that pop up, you'll see them, obviously. And I would like to recoup some of the picks that I gave up.
Scott Burke is a smart, heady lineman with a tremendous feel for this position. He's quick off the snap of the ball, explodes into his blocks, and plays with a downright nasty attitude. He uses angles and body positioning to wall off defenders. He also jolts defenders and easily controls them at the point of attack. He does, however, lack adjustment at times, looking stiff in the upper body, and scouts hate when players look stiff. He definitely needs to bulk up a bit before he'll be able to reach that Pro Bowl potential that so many scouts have predicted for him.
That one kind of hit me out of nowhere. I wasn't ready for a draft story, but Scott Burke, it's pretty nice. All right. Yeah, but like I said, a trade down kind of feels like what I'm looking at here for
The Dolphins are trying to...
my next pick.
At only 6'2", 295 pounds, Spencer Anderson compensates for his size by playing more aggressive and harder than any other lineman in the nation. Anderson is an excellent leader on the line. He's been an offensive captain for the past 3 years, and he plays with textbook technique on every play. His father was a military man, so you probably won't find another player on the field who's more disciplined. Overall, I think Anderson will make a smooth transition into the NFL and become a great lineman.
Does it surprise you that the player with that story went to New England? Yeah, that makes a good amount of sense there. So we do have trade down options. Thank goodness. So looking at the board here, Ben Flynn is still available. He's not a bad running back. He seems very okay. I don't think I'm going to spend my pick on him. We do need offensive line help, but definitely not that guy. Seems kind of like the better offensive linemen kind of went a little earlier with the 2 draft story players. And then everyone else is just kind of at drafts, like position projection wise. This dude, actually pretty solid. Durability, man, durability 2 times over in toughness. All right. Cool. He's a very durable player. I did scout this running back, Seth Hitchcock, 23 years old. He's all right. 99 agility, random. Just 99 agility, which is hilarious that he has 84 speed, 86 excel, 86 trucking. He's comped to Brandon Jacobs. Imagine Brandon Jacobs with 99 agility. This dude is... I mean, this could be a very seamless Lendale White replacement and even an upgrade, but... Again, I'm probably not in the market to take a running back here, especially since he probably would be available a little later. I would like to trade down. That's literally the worst possible offer they gave us. I think... I know it's not a lot, but I'll take the extra 5th. I do value just having draft picks. We will have the 2nd pick of the 3rd round. And this guy actually was someone I was looking at, so hold on a second here. That D-tackle was maybe like my favorite mid to late round D-tackle. So he's compared to Tommy Harris, which is a really good comp. Block shedding, learning. The issue with him is attitude, but he's got 82 power moves, 85 block shed, 92 strength. We need a D-tackle pretty bad, and I don't think there's going to be another D-tackle in this class that's better than this guy. That's kind of my assumption here. And I think he's, like, not only is he better, I think he's, like, significantly better than the rest of these guys. This dude way down here is intriguing, but 40 learning. This dude down here, again, intriguing. None of these other dudes, though, we have a lot of info on. This dude's compared to John Jolly. He doesn't look all that great. We signed John Jolly, so we don't need that. I think Jerry Carrier, he's just the best player on the board right now for us, and it's a position in need. It's the 66th pick, and he is projected to be the 66th guy, so I think that makes sense. Now we get here with our other pick in the 3rd round. This is probably one where I'm looking to move it. An issue we still have, though, we don't have a center. There's a kicker projected to go this high. 96 kickback. What a boot. And his name is Champ Shaw. You know what? If I had picks to throw around and I wasn't rebuilding right now, if I was like a contending team, I so would spend the pick on a kicker. But we don't need that. We'll see what the trade offers are looking like. A 3rd from the Vikings. The Vikings are a worse team. The Vikings will probably have a better 3rd. We get a 6th and a 7th this year, or we can get a little bit lesser of a 3rd, but get also a 4th and a 7th. I'll go with the Steelers. Yeah, let's go with the Steelers. We pulled a 3rd round pick from next year's draft to make the Walker trade. So I don't have a 3rd next year. I would like to recoup the assets. I said I thought I could recoup the 3rd. This is where we recoup it. There isn't anybody I'm dying to have. And we still have a 4th rounder that we can spend. So I think that all works out. So I am looking at moves here. Nate Washington's somebody who doesn't really need to be on this team. I think if we could package Nate Washington as just salary dump and flip him for just a slightly higher pick, yeah, I think that's pretty okay with me. Hey guys, I found something though. This dude's comped to Isaac Bruce. 88 learning out of Ohio State. He's amazing. He's got 77 catching, 87 spec catch, with great elusiveness, juke spin, with 98 speed, 99 agility, 99 excel, 97 jumping. Who is this guy? He's projected to go at 173. Quentin Surency. What in the world? And remember that running back that I showed, that the 5'9", 240 guy? I'm actually really interested in him as well. Yeah, he was a speedy, big running back. And he's all the way down here at 215. And yeah, I mean, his awareness is in the toilet, but Dorsey good? He also has some durability concerns. Left leg, right leg. His legs are a little cooked, but for a guy who's not even in the top 200, this is like a 6th round pick, a 7th round pick maybe. I think I'll want to scoop him up as well. Guys, I'm going to be so real. This is the first time I've ever had to do this in this game. I've been looking at players so much and finding so many guys I'm interested in that I am literally just going to trade down 6 spots for basically nothing just so I can have more time to think. I need more time. Like, literally, I need more time. So, yeah, I just need some time here. And I think my time to think, yeah, it worked out because I was looking at all these skill position players. I found an offensive lineman, though, that is sick. This is a dude that I was scouting during the regular season a little bit, I think. Dimitri Cannon. His biggest thing is upside. He has 92 pass block footwork, 88 impact block, 85 strength, like 80 pluses all around. He's 23. He'd probably kick over to left tackle, because obviously David Stewart is the right tackle, but Dimitri Cannon seems like a slam dunk pick for us here in the 4th round. I really love how this draft class is looking, and I think we have to take Quentin Surency here. Comped to Isaac Bruce is nuts. He's got 88 learning, which is also a pretty good tell in this game. If a player late in the draft has really good learning, that's big. There we go, Quentin Surency. If I don't see anything else I'm liking here, I'll maybe take the running back now. Yeah, I said if I found another player that I liked. I found one. Devin Smith out of Minnesota. Cornerback. Comp to Charles Woodson. Now, Charles Woodson in this game does have a lot of comps. It's more just kind of, like, there's probably someone else here who has that as a comp. Like, I have a lot of them unscouted, but, another one, Charles Tillman's a really good player who gets comped a lot, so I wouldn't take that one as seriously as, like, the Isaac Bruce one. But Charles Woodson comp, learning and upside, return ability, and solid man zone, good speed, but if he could be a return man as well at the very least, yeah, I'll take that. So he's 250 on the board. So the running back is actually a bit higher, and I'll look at safety real quick. This dude, actually not bad. 191. Actually, maybe we go with the safety now. He's the highest person on the board that I like. Speed, jumping, excel. Man, this is such a good class. We'll go with Scenario Guy. It's a really, like, I wouldn't say like a reach, but, you know, it is a lot higher than his projection, but man, he looks so fun. Dorsey Good is going to be the selection here. A 240-pound speedy back. All right, let's see if he's gone yet. 250, I think, was where he was. Yeah, here he is. Devin Smith is still on the board. 6th rounder. Man, I think we're crushing. Oh, well, the fans are 50-50 on that one. I don't know about Devin Smith. Getting hypercritical of my 6th round draft selection. 7th round pick, I was looking at some centers. Neither of these guys are, like, amazing. This dude is interesting because he was the worst of the group that I looked at. But he has potential and upside as a plus. But you can see his skills are a little bit down there, whereas this dude... his skills are a little bit more day one ready, but he's not good upside. I feel like I could take maybe both of them, but I'll go with the upside here. But maybe if I don't see anything else I like, I may swing around and take both of the centers. I mean, we need something here, so maybe a day one guy and a long-term guy. So we still have these 2 other 7s here. We'll see what we like. No trade down options, so we got to make a selection. Quick little look didn't give me anyone that I thought we could maybe use more than both these centers. So one is a potential player, and one of them is more of a high floor guy. So maybe it ends up going well that one of them ends up being something. And if we can get a starting center in the 7th round, we'll take that. So last pick of the draft. Maybe we take a quarterback. Let's see what I can find here. So, final pick. Actually, I'm going to go tight end here. We do need some depth at tight end. Cool name here, and pretty athletic. Natrone Boxer. 89 speed. His hands are... they exist. He's the lowest tight end on the board, but I'm interested in the skill set. And that will wrap up a draft that I think was a lot of fun. You can see what our selections ended up being. You can see what we ended up selecting here. Camion Walker, Freddie Bates, Jerry Carrier, Dimitri Cannon, Quentin Surency, Scenario Guy, Dorsey Good, Devin Smith, Terrence Abrams, Richard Emanuel, and the Natrone Boxer. So 3 7ths, a 6th, 2 3/5ths, a 4th, a 3rd, no 2nd because we moved 1 second up and moved 1 second down, but getting Freddie Bates and also moving up to get Walker. So we're going to end up grabbing all these players. I went heavy on offense here. And the running back, dude's name is British Payne. Sick name. British Payne. Also went with a Texas quarterback. All these guys were unscouted, so, you know, thought just bring in a bunch of offensive players, see if any of them land, see if any of them hit, and if so, cool. So, as we get to the season, we'll have to sign our draft picks, but also, I did make a bunch of small, you know, like roster filler signings once things open back up. So, we brought in Josh McCown, we brought our fullback back in, we brought Barry Cofield back, we brought in Reed Dowdy and a punter. Like, so, nothing crazy, but just some roster filler stuff that's going to help us out. And I don't know if we're going to make any other moves. Maybe we could trade for a center or something. Maybe we could do something to help us out like day one. But for our cap, we have $23 million. And we have to sign Camion Walker, 22 years old. And he is probably going to want big money here. We'll obviously give it to him. We'll give him whatever he wants. This is going to be the star of the show on offense. And I have no... issues giving him like a high bonus. I'll straight up just like upfront it, high bonus, lower money, just so he can, you know, be here locked up, guaranteed a little bit cheaper, but a little bit more guarantees. Freddie Bates. It really drops off once you get to later first rounders and into second round. So like Freddie Bates only asking for maybe under $3 million at most. Yeah, that's going to be pretty good for us. Again, another player that I'm fine giving a high bonus to because I don't have any doubts that he is going to be on this team long term. Quentin Surency. So a little issue is even if you hit a draft steal, they don't get guaranteed like 4-year contracts or anything like that. They could ask for less. So Surency is only going to get a 3-year deal. 3 years is cool and all, but, you know, that's one less year of rookie contract control that we get. We're just going to get everybody all signed and no issues. Nobody's walking out. Nobody's having issues here. And the last thing we'll do in this video is we'll get through the preseason, because once we get through the preseason, the players' potential will be 100% unveiled. We'll get to see all their rating attribute, like caps and everything. We'll get to see all the stuff that we're interested in seeing. We'll set the final depth chart, and then we'll be out of here. Well, it's time to reveal the class, guys, and I'm gonna just say, I put together something pretty generational, I feel like. The Trone Boxer 62 potential here. There's not much going on with him. One of the centers, Terrence Abrams, just 68 potential. He isn't really going to be much of a factor. Undrafted walk-on linebacker Anthony McCormick does make the team as the number 3. We also have an undrafted strong safety. But then we get into some more players. Scenario Guy, 81 potential. So not crazy, but considering Chris Hope was an 81 overall and Scenario Guy is a 78, not that much of a downgrade, and at his peak, I guess, he could just be Chris Hope, which, you know, not bad considering this dude is just kind of a last resort fill-in. Next up, British Payne makes the team as the 3rd running back. Sick name. 82 potential. He's slower, but I mean, he's a perfectly just okay number 3 running back. I don't expect much from him long term, but it's alright. Next guy up, Ivan Seymour, a tackle out of Michigan, 83 overall. He's 6'7", 306 pounds, and probably will be a long-term backup lineman for this team. He's already, though, a 79 overall, and 70 learning, pretty good stuff for a backup. You can already see, though, we're missing some names here, and we're already getting into pretty decent player territory. Dorsey Good, 83 overall with the ceiling. He's a 72 now, so he's got the speed. The issue with him is, the only thing that's really going to improve with him, his awareness can jump up a lot, his carrying can jump up a decent amount, but other than that, from a talent perspective, he is what he is, which is a little disappointing, but I'm not disappointed with some of these results later on. How about J.B. Vines, a Texas quarterback? Let's go and get, you know, Longhorn quarterback as the starter, Longhorn quarterback as the number 2. He's actually got pretty good upside, 85 potential. His accuracy can get up to 92, 82 awareness. The issue with him is he'll never be a mobile threat, so if he ever ends up becoming the guy, we'd have to shift the offense around, but that would mean Vince Young fails, which is a whole nother problem. How about Jerry Carrier, the defensive tackle that I selected in the 3rd round? He's an 80 overall with 87 potential. Power moves, 95 at a ceiling. He'll never be able to do a finesse move in his life, but that's okay because he can have 93 tackle, 93 block shed, 92 play rec, 93 awareness, 92 strength. He looks like he could be a beast one day, and again, for a 3rd round pick, that type of upside. But still, we have other names to get to, and we are at high 80s. How about 89 potential? Like I said, I moved Dimitri Cannon over to left tackle. It didn't mess with his overall or anything, but he's at 85 overall. Right now he's got 83 run block, but at his ceiling he could have 99 run block. And he could be an absolute run block demon for this team, which is kind of what we need. He doesn't have the physical strength. You know, that's probably going to be what limits him from ever becoming like an elite tackle, but he could become a good tackle on this team. And he's going to start day 1 over Michael Roos. How about this? Undrafted wide receiver. The good news, he's at 90 potential, he's an 80 overall. The bad news is he's on a 1-year deal, so if we want to keep him, we'll have to actually pay him, but he has 90 potential. 94 speed, 98 excel, 96 agility. So you can see already, he's already at his max with these athleticisms, but he can get all the way up to 97 awareness, 96 catching at his peak. He's already got 86 now. 96 spec catch day 1. Catching traffic's not great, but what an acrobatic athlete who also has 91 release at his ceiling. And yeah, how about 96 juke move as well, 88 learning. This dude is monstrous, and he is only one of 3 wide receivers. Freddie Bates, When we scouted him, he had 89 potential. I said with his coverage ability, I'd probably shift my scheme to be more balanced and let him cover a bit more since he can do that. Doing that bumps his potential up to 92. Tackling could be a 97, hit power 92, block shed 94, pursuit 97, play rec 96, awareness 95, strength is at an 86, his speed is still 84 with 85 excel, so again, maybe something that would prevent him from being elite, but he could still probably be, like, borderline elite. I don't know, defensive player of the year type of potential is there, but Pro Bowler, yeah. He also can rush the passer. 77 power with 81 finesse and, you know, a little bit more potential there. He can do a little bit of everything. And, yeah, I think it was well worth the trade up to get him. We're still not done, though. 93 potential center. I said I wanted to take both the centers in the 7th round just to see would it be the ceiling or the floor that would help us. Well, the ceiling of Richard Emanuel. He's only on a 2-year contract. But oh my goodness. Yeah, day 1 starter. 99 potential run blocks. So not only did we hit on these linemen, we hit on linemen that do things that we want. We want to establish the run. And if we could get these guys to hit their ceilings, 2 guys with 99 run blocking, and we got him in the 4th and 7th round, how about Devin Smith? 93 potential. That puts him, like, 93 potential in this game. That's deemed Pro Bowl level. So that's 2 guys there. How about 95 man coverage at his peak with 99 zone? 96 speed, 98 excel. Again, the ratings I'm reading are really exciting, but this is at their peak. That doesn't mean they'll hit it, but that just means they could be that. And even right now, he's an 81 overall day 1. He can get up to 78 tackling, and if he has 78 tackling with 99 zone, like, you could play him at safety as well, especially with 93 pursuits. 94 play rec, he's so good! This is crazy. We're still not done. Witten Surrency, 93 potential. Comp to Isaac Bruce. Yeah, how about 98 speed, 99 excel, 99 agility, 97 jump. All of that is his stats day 1. He can get up to 94 awareness. His hands won't be as good as Mingo, maybe, but still could get up to 88 with 88 route running, 87 spec catch, 76 in traffic, 95 release at max, and he's got the elusiveness, the juke, the spin. Crazy. And finally, we save the best for last. We save our number 1 player. 94 potential. Once you hit, like, in this game, 95 plus is deemed, like, generational. 94, 93, those are, like, not just Pro Bowl level, that's really hard to do. And he's going to have 96 speed, 94 excel, 97 jump, 92 agility, could get up to 96 awareness. He could have a 97 catching, which in this game, you don't see guys get that high a catching very often. 96 route running, again, you don't see guys get that high a route running very often. 99 spec catch, again, that's not easy. And especially, you even seen the other 2 receivers, their catch in traffic was like 75, and like that was like their max. What separates Cammy and Walker is he can have generational spec catch, regular catching, and catch in traffic. Release, 95. How about 96 trucking? He's got 91 trucking now. Stiff arm is alright, spin, juke is fine, injury great, toughness great, learning cool. Look at the class that we just put together. 4 93 plus potentials. In total, 6 guys with 90 plus potential. Throw in a left tackle and a D tackle that can start, a backup quarterback, a backup tackle, and a backup running back, a starting safety. Yeah, that's about as good of a job as you are going to see there. We'll set the depth chart, and then we'll get out of here. Vince Young. Well, the issue was you didn't have help. You didn't have weapons. You got weapons now. It's now or never, Vince Young. This season will determine, is Vince Young the quarterback, or do we have to move on? No excuses now. At running back, speaking of no excuses, Chris Johnson, you don't have an excuse You have a better offensive line. We got ourselves a great center. We got ourselves an upgraded left tackle. And remember, we also signed Logan Mankins as well. So you should show that you're the guy. At wide receiver, Muhsin Muhammad doesn't even feel like we needed to sign him. But here he is as an 86 overall. Camion Walker is going to be the number 1. Surency at number 3. Actually, you know what? I'll put Surency at 2, Muhammad at 3, Mingo 4, and Justin Gage. By Justin Gage getting starting reps. He is all the way down at number 5. At tight end, Algie Crumpler will still be here for now. Left tackle, Dimitri Cannon. An upgrade not just in floor but also in ceiling. Left guard, humongous to go from Leroy Harris to Logan Mankins. Going from below average starter to all-pro, Pro Bowl level starter. Center. Now, Kevin Mawe was incredible when he did play. The issue was he barely played. Now we have a guy who's going to be here, we hope, and he could be even better than Kevin Mawe because he's got 93 potential. Right guard, Jake Scott still the same. Right tackle, David Stewart still the same. Again, no excuses. We go out, we make a trade. For Tamba Hali, we traded, it was, 2/4 and Lendale White. So, obviously, we downgraded a backup running back. We weren't able to get someone as good as Lendale White, but I don't think Lendale White was going to help this team in the way that Tamba Hali can, coming off a double-digit sack season. Kyle Vanden Bosch still here, 30 years old. We have no Albert Hainsworth, but Jerry Carrier can be a really nice player for this team. He's better than anybody we had at D-tackle last year post-Hainsworth. So, 87 potential, we'll take that for sure. Linebacker, we bring in Michael Boley, and we draft Freddie Bates. So, the linebacking core, along with Keith Bullock, should be a lot of fun. Cornerback, we signed Quentin Jammer. We're still working on Cortland Finnegan, and we have a superstar potentially in the making. Devin Smith, sky-high potential, and that's a long way from Shante Spencer, who's now the 5th corner. He was our number 2 last year. At safety, Michael Griffin is still here. And then one place you could argue we downgraded. We traded Chris Hope. But scenario guy, if that's our weakest link, it's a whole lot better than what our weakest links were last season. This team looks like it can be a lot of fun. And the answers to our questions are going to be given to us. Vince Young, Chris Johnson. Will the foundation of this rebuild go through this dynamic duo? Or will we have to break it down and build something new? If we do, trust me when I tell you, whoever comes in is coming into a good situation. This team is still not perfect. They're still not built. They're not a contender yet. Like, I know the ratings look nice and all, but there's still a lot better teams than us. Like, our team is good, but I would say still a little bit away, especially depending on the development of all these guys. But for now, let me know what you guys thought. Let me know, just in general, also, the live commentary, the face cam, all that stuff, if you preferred that. Wanted to try that out for this one. And, if you enjoyed, want to see, depending on how much support this gets, will really determine how quickly I pump these out for you guys. So, like, comment, and subscribe. Let me know how you thought of the draft, what you thought of the rebuild so far. Going from how we were in year 1. Do you think Chris Johnson and Vince Young will right the ship and prove that they are the guys for this team? Will we have to move on? What rookie are you the most excited for? All of that. Rip me apart in the comments for maybe fumbling the GM. Maybe say that I gave up too much to trade up for some players and trade for Tamba Hali. Do whatever you want. Give me all the criticisms here or the praise. Whatever one you want. But I hope you guys all enjoyed. And I will see you guys all in the next one for Season 2.